Does that work for you?
What's up?
Does that work for you? If
Does
it's
what
like
work? Sorry.
the zoom in.
Oh yeah, it's however you want it. It's gonna show basically exactly how it shows on your screen. It
Okay.
should show that basically. So however you want. So how was your Thanksgiving?
I'm
Actually, don't do that.
German.
Do you do that? You're
No,
German.
no, I'm German. I don't do that.
Right, right. How? What's your favorite German food?
Um, I mean, I like sausages. That's pretty German.
Which one though? There's like a lot.
Um, wait. Okay, let me check. Um, these even like some dry sausages. I don't know.
Oh, the dry ones like
Yeah, I like the dry ones.
those ones are harder to get here. My favorite food is Eisbein.
They're
You know that one?
they're Polish. Oh
Is that
yeah,
that
yeah.
Polish? That's not Polish. That's German,
No,
isn't it?
no, the dry sausages that I was like referring to.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
They have a lot of sausage in Poland. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let me disable the.
Mhm. Take your time. I'm just chilling.
We don't need redeems right now. Not doing
Yeah,
that right now.
I don't know. I think mine might be on. I don't know. I guess I should thank everyone real fast before we start. Actually, I'll do it later. Thanks everyone. I'll read them out after. I don't want to interrupt stuff.
Oh, wait. Uh, okay, I think I'm just if there's like some redeem or something, I'm just going to do that later. Not.
Yeah, no worries. Take your
Um,
time.
I think I should be good to go.
All right.
I hope.
So I just want to say thank you for actually having a talk. I mean, it's not really common, so I appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, I know that people are really, I think, kind of scared when those of like opposing views or political alignments are just like having a conversation.
Yeah, I know we've both gotten backlash for having
Yeah,
this thing. So,
exactly.
um, yeah, yeah. And like we did talk a little bit about stuff, right? So I think there actually is some. Oh, I should tweet it. I did tweet it. I guess I should retweet it again. They're telling me I didn't tweet it. I did tweet it. You know, I'll quote tweet it. Live now. Okay. All right. Sorry. But yeah, like we talked a little bit about stuff. I don't think it went like too poorly, at least. So I think a lot of people do misunderstand like a lot of your views. Like I had some people talk to me about it in chat just the other day, and I told them I don't really agree with how they viewed it. So um, I just want to hear it like from yourself. Like I mean, what
Hmm.
what 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 did you want to talk about like right now? I know there's a lot to talk about, right? But whatever you want to go
Yeah,
for first, I think. Like, did you want to talk about Straub first or anything like that? I guess Straub is where it started, right? The whole thing.
kind of. I mean, we can basically just like talk about. We can like
Is your Twitter thing?
start with
There we go.
like I mean, trans stuff. Like, I know
Mhm.
that a lot of people, I think they don't necessarily know that you have like trans friends and
Uh-huh. Yep.
relatives and so on, that you actually
Mhm.
are more in the LGBTQ community than they think. And you grew up on
Yeah.
Tumblr. That's kind of like what I know.
No, I didn't grow up on Tumblr. My brother did, and I was kind of exposed to a lot of the thought there, so I kind of do understand a lot of it.
Hmm.
Um, but maybe I don't, and maybe we can talk about like what the differences are there.
Yeah.
Um, so I mean, do you want to talk about sorry, Caesar, you want to talk about the trans stuff first, or do you want to talk about Straub and then like into
I
the trans
th-
stuff? Because
I
the Straub
think
stuff's
that
related, right?
I think that a lot of it is like pretty linked. I think it's kind of useful to kind of have like a baseline understanding, because like you
Okay.
told me that you disagree with like some trans stuff, but you are also like respectful and so on. So I'm kind
Hmm.
of I do have like some baseline questions, just like some
Okay.
quick yes or no questions, so I just like know where
Sure
you
thing.
stand and where we like fundamentally agree or like disagree.
Mhm. Yeah, sure.
So
And then I can ask the ones like just to make sure we're not like straw manning each other, right?
yeah,
So yeah,
exactly.
you can go ahead and ask whatever. I'll answer it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want this to be like a gotcha. It's just like where you know
Hmm. Yeah,
what
yeah.
I need to
Hmm.
address, right? Because like I
Yeah.
know that I've heard that you were like more progressive, like that you kind of like your content has kind of like shifted over the
So,
last period.
oh, sorry. Go ahead. I can answer that. So there's been a lot of people talking about this, but I've actually had the same beliefs for a very long time. At least 10 years. I'll say at least 10 years. I've had kind of these beliefs, and I used to not talk about politics because everyone told me not to. But I was actually always interested in it. So my YouTube feed was always like kind of philosophical, political, um, sorts of content, debates, for instance. Like I really like debates, ideas, and this is because me and my friends, this is what we do in real life. Like me and my friends, this sounds kind of dumb, but like me and my friends will go out and we'll just debate, and that'll be like our idea of a good time is like eating food and debating, like stupid stuff, really, like just ridiculous things that have nothing to do with anything, but we would just debate it anyway. So late at night when I would play games, right? I would play I would do a little bit of talking, and then I would play some game, and then I would play like late night, or I'd play like a bunch of PvP games. During that time, I would talk a lot about politics. So that's why a lot of people didn't know about it, because it would be like at 2 a.m. Or like after like the main part of the stream is over, a lot of people are in bed. Then I would talk about it. So yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's not really people who know from that time know I've always talked about this stuff. Mm,
Okay.
yep.
Um, I know that like I guess growing up like years ago and so on,
Hmm.
I kind of I went down like a similar rabbit hole with like the anti-SJW John Peterson owns woke feminist type of videos.
Hmm.
And I just because I didn't
Right,
have
right,
like a lot
right.
of like social awareness and a lot of like context, I
Hmm.
always, you know, I thought like, oh, they're like irrational. So like I can
Hmm.
just like easily dismiss them. And
Yes.
right now I'm just like I'm viewing things in a different light.
Okay.
So
I mean, that's good. It's always good to do that, I think.
yeah. Because I'm trans, I think a main point is obviously like my identity. So I'm just going to like ask you
Uh-huh.
straight up, like, do you view me as a
Okay.
woman?
Well, I don't know you enough, so it's kind of hard for me to do that. But I'll respect it. Like, are we okay if I call you they or something like that? Is that acceptable? Because I don't know you enough. I don't really know like
What do I
your
need to
story. But
fulfill?
I'm not gonna call you a he.
Yeah, what do I need to fulfill so you call me she?
Well, I think for me it's really just about how much I know a person. That's really all it is, really. It's not really objective. It's like fully subjective, I think. I'm just being honest.
But only when it comes to trans people.
Mm, no. Well, it depends on my perception of the person, right? At least for me.
Do you call cis people they?
Sorry.
Do you
Sorry. Do it'll help you? Yeah, if I don't know, like if there's a person I don't know, then yeah, I'll say that. Yeah. If I don't really know like much about them, I call a lot of people they actually, even people that are like kind of like more I know more. Well, how do I explain it? I've heard of them, but I don't really know them. But yeah, I don't really mind honestly calling you she. To be honest, it's not really a big deal for me.
but like
If
I
if that would make
there's
you
like
happy, I could do it
something that
for the
I
context of
would
like
need to like
you know.
prove to you, so you call me like Shia.
Well, yeah, because I feel like what you call people is really kind of, and this one I haven't really like thought about like too much. I'm gonna be completely honest and like I'll be completely honest here. It's really just how I perceive the person, if that makes sense.
So you
Because
put
like
the
you
pronouns
use
under
pronouns,
others?
you sorry, let me clarify a
Yeah.
little bit. You use pronouns, right, to basically replace like a person in your own language, right?
The
So it's
person's name.
what yeah, yeah. So for instance, right, like if I see a person and like I perceive them like in public, right? For instance, like if I couldn't tell at all and then I met you in public, I wouldn't like look it up, right? To like misgender you or whatever. And I wouldn't even do it even if I did know. Right? So even if I did know about you, like I wouldn't do that just to be rude.
So like if you would see me in real life
Yeah,
and
I mean
my
I could use it like if we were friends, right? If we were close friends and you told me that you wanted to identify as a woman, then I wouldn't, I'm not going to go out with you in public and then be like it'd be awkward, right? It'd be like kind of messed up, I think. I wouldn't do that.
so if we are
But
friendly then
yeah, basically it comes down to so the reason I'm so kind of sticky on this one is I think for me I don't really want my language to be policed. Does that make sense?
I mean
So it's like
the
I want to say what I want about a person. Like and like for instance, like if I and you might not agree with this, and people might not agree with this, but like I reserve the right, and I'm not saying this about you, but I'm just giving an example. Okay, I reserve the right to like call you a bitch, and then like you have the right to call me a bitch, and like I just how I feel about it. Basically, it's not really complicated.
is it like speech policing to like tell you my pronouns and like my identity?
Uh, well, it depends. Basically, depends on like how it is. I think in the context of this one, I'm a little bit. I'm totally fine. Honestly, conceding this and just saying using female. I'm honestly fine with that. If that makes you
I
happy.
mean, no, I'm just like in general, I'm kind of like curious
Hmm.
right now where you
Curious as to
stand
like
because
the reasoning behind it.
yeah, because like for me it's like obviously like someone's pronouns is just like a replacement for like someone's name, and if someone wants to
Hmm.
be referred to as like he him because that's like their gender identity, or she her because that's like their identity, and like
So
I don't see a
okay, sorry,
reason
go ahead.
why I should like judge and I should like be like no no
Hmm.
no actually I am going to call you whatever like fits into my worldview,
Hmm.
right? Like what I perceive,
So,
my
mhm.
perception determines like what I call you.
Well, it's more like I could call you whatever I want, right? That's how I feel about it.
I mean,
And I think for
sure,
yeah. Sorry, go
but
ahead.
it's like
Go
basic
ahead.
human decency, I think.
Mhm. Yeah, so that's what I said. Like if I knew you, we were friends, and we were on amicable terms, then I wouldn't mind using it. Is what I said. Right. Like I don't really feel too strongly about it, to be honest. Like this particular topic. I think the only thing that would bother me is if you asked me to use some weird words. Then I'd be a little bit iffy on it because it's kind of imposing like a strange language that is going to be difficult to like parse, basically.
I mean, she,
Because then you
her
have to
used to be
remember
like
for
a
each person, right?
neopronoun,
No, well, that
right?
one would be easy. Like she, her would be easy. Like I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, but
I
it,
actually
it
wouldn't. And
used to
I
be
know a
like a
lot of.
neopronoun.
Mhm. What do you mean by that?
Like,
I don't know the
you,
term
you know, like
neopronoun.
neopronouns like seek, sim, or something? That is
Wait,
what
wait,
she,
what?
her
Again?
used to be. Like,
What do you
instead
mean?
of you calling someone he, you're calling them xi or sir or whatnot. They
Yeah,
or
yeah.
fair. That is like what you
So you think
refer to
there's
with like weird words, I guess, right?
yeah, 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 yeah.
But like,
Mhm.
at some point, everybody was just being referred to as he, him. So she, her used to be like some new thing.
Oh, no, I mean, oh, you mean she, her used to be like it used to be back in the day and like old, like I guess whenever the language was
Yeah,
invented, like they would use different words.
yeah, exactly.
The thing
That's just
is
like
I
how
feel like
language
at that point,
evolves. Like I,
well, yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. Mhm.
no, no, it's fine.
Oh, I was gonna say basically, um, those words like they're not really used by many people, and a lot of the times people will use very specific personal ones. And I think and not only that, it's also and this is kind of a separate issue. It's just the entire like I feel like the entitlement behind it of like you have to call me this. I'm just not a fan of that. So like one thing I will like say straight up is a lot of my angle is like liberty. So I've kind of like a freedom angle, which is why I agree that you should be able to do whatever you want when you're an adult. It's
I
the
mean,
same thing.
sure, but like
Hmm.
I don't really understand like how it's like difficult to like respect someone's pronouns. Like
Well,
I
it
just don't understand like the angle. Like it doesn't take
I
anything
see
away
what you
from
mean.
me, right?
I understand what you mean. So it's not really an it's so you said that it's about respecting the other person, right?
I mean, it's
And that's the
human.
issue.
Like
It's
it's
easy to respect them, right? The other person.
sure.
Well, I guess for me, it's I don't respect people right away, and maybe that's like a difference that we have.
The thing is, like, I feel like the difference is that like you just perceive trans people differently than like a cis person. If you have like if you meet like a stranger on the street and
Hmm.
they are just like a cis woman and they present
So like,
traditionally like feminine and so on, you're just
go
going
ahead.
to like assume she, her. And for
So
trans people,
actually,
they have to like earn this right, this
uh,
privilege to be called
okay.
by their
Mm.
pronouns.
So actually, specifically in this case, if it was just she, her pronouns, I actually wouldn't care. Like I'd use it honestly. Like
But
I
when it
have
comes to something,
with many people before.
okay,
Well, it's because I know very little about you, right? It's like I don't really know what you're about. I don't want to
I
make
mean,
a
sure.
mistake, which is
Like
why I said
I don't.
I would totally be fine with just saying like, okay, you know what, fair enough, and then I could just use your preferred pronouns if that makes you happy, just out of courtesy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it's like something like a privilege that I need to like earn.
I see what you mean. That it's a privilege that you have to earn.
Yeah.
Well, I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's different when you're in person because I don't think I do that in person. Actually, now that I think about it, like if I think about it, like for serious. Like,
Like
if I met a trans person in person and they were clearly, um, it was easy to tell that like they were actually trans. They weren't like a drag performer or something like that, for instance, right? I don't think I would mind using whatever pronouns they want. But then obviously, like if I fuck up, I would expect a little bit of grace, you know.
I mean,
But
of
yeah,
course, like if
I
you
don't really mind.
like, I get
Yeah, fair
called
enough.
he, him all
I
the
don't think I would
time.
mind actually. I don't think I would mind actually. Fair enough.
It's just
It's not really like
like
an important thing to me.
for me, it just like sounds like some
Mhm.
underlying like the root cause. Like I would just say like the root cause of it is like transphobia. Like to not
Mhm.
view that trans women as like real women. Like they have to prove to
Uh-huh.
you that they are like that
Well,
they
I guess this
deserve
is I guess
to be
this is the
called women.
question is I don't know. I don't know nowadays, right? Because I feel like a lot of the how do I explain it? I feel like and this is if I can ask, how long were you how long have you been what's the word transitioned? If you don't mind me asking. You don't have to
So
answer if it makes you uncomfortable.
I came out with 22. I've been dealing with gender
Uh,
dysphoria for
mhm.
like my entire life, and I started
How
medically
many years?
transitioning at
Uh-huh.
25. I mean, I
Okay,
knew
so
at
it's been
like
about
7 years old, so like 22 years ago.
okay. Oh, so I mean, but you've gone through it for about 3 years, correct?
I've been medically transitioning for 3 years.
Mhm. Okay. Well, I think so. I feel maybe how do I explain this? So back in the day, this is kind of like a boomer moment here, but back in the day, um, there were a lot more. What's the word? there were a lot more like standards, a lot more critiquing into like a person's identity before they were able to do any sort of medical transition like back in the day. And I know that's still the case nowadays. It's just not as heavy as it was before. Can we agree on that?
So the thing is like why
Mhm.
trans people were expected to be transitioning is because of like the misunderstanding between gender and sex,
Mhm.
and it was
Okay.
basically expected that like if you want to be a woman, you
Mhm.
have to medically transition, and
Mhm.
then you can call yourself a woman if you're female, right? If you're closer aligned with the female sex, then you can
Uh-huh.
claim you're a woman. And that's basically like trans medicalism. It's the same with
Okay.
like expecting to have like the gender dysphoria as like a diagnosis.
Mhm.
It also completely invalidates like non-binary people and so on. So there's just like a lot
Mhm.
of like there's a lot of like nuance to it, especially
Uh-huh.
considering how expensive medically transitioning is. And like some people, like dysphoria is not just like a black or white thing. Like it is a gradient. Like some people are more dysphoric about certain things. Like
Mhm.
I had severe dysphoria because of my anatomy, so I had bottom surgery last year. There are a lot of
Mhm.
trans women who don't want that, and I think that's like completely valid. Like it doesn't take away anything from them being women because their gender identity is still that of a woman, right?
Okay. Can I ask you a simple question, just like just to kind of so that
Hmm.
we're talking about the same thing. Like, how would you define a trans person?
Someone whose gender identity doesn't match their assigned sex at birth.
So, can you define sex for me?
I mean, it kind of depends how you go about it. Gender is
Mhm.
basically like, or like sex at birth is basically like observed when it comes to like the phenotype, and it's like
Yes.
bimodal. And
Okay.
but like you can like medical field and so on isn't actually like sure if what is like the best thing because it's
Mhm.
like really difficult because of like intersex people existing and so on to be like, oh,
Yeah.
chromosomes, oh, XX chromosome, XY chromosomes, or like gametes, or so on. But yeah,
So
it's like
so
a
like can I just to clarify, cuz I'm not, I just want to make sure I'm getting your point right. So you actually see you believe that there's a difference between sex and gender. You see gender as the expression and you see sex as the actual like physical was it physical biological sex. Is that how you're referring to it, just out of curiosity?
I mean, gender expression is a thing, but like gender is like it's like a social construct, but it is also like closely
How
aligned,
about sex
obviously,
though?
with your biological sex. Like
So
sex for me
okay.
is like
Mhm.
your your body's
Mhm.
like the phenotype, reproductive organs, and so on.
Mhm. So I won't use you as an example because I don't want to get into that. But let's
Hmm.
say there's a person that is a female to male transsexual. Okay, and so do you
Transgender.
believe that their sex is still female? Yes, transgender. Sorry, whatever term. Would you consider their sex to still be female?
It kind of depends if they medically transitioned. So okay,
Okay.
when it comes to transitioning, right? You got your genotype, you got the XX chromosomes, XY chromosomes, and so on. You can't
Uh
change
huh.
that, right?
Okay.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
you got your phenotype. You can change your phenotypical sex, like that's how bottom surgery works.
Mm-hmm.
You can change your hormonal levels, right? Like if
Mm-hmm.
you go on
Mm-hmm.
HRT,
Yep.
your hormones are changing, adjusting,
Mm-hmm.
and what else? Obviously, like when it comes to like gametes, you can nullify
Mm-hmm.
them. Right now, we do not have like the technology to basically
Mm-hmm.
have like someone with like male reproductive organs to switch to someone having like female reproductive organs with like large gametes and whatnot. But like I do not produce any gametes, so they're basically null. They don't exist. So if you go through like the medical transitioning, you get closer to the other sex.
But it wouldn't be biological though, right? Like you would still be like in the example I gave, female to male transgender would still be. First of all, I have to ask: is there do you think there's a difference between the term transsexual and transgender? Are those different?
Yeah, transsexual is like an outdated term, and it comes from transmedicalism. Basically, like you are changing your sex, right?
Which you don't think is possible.
I mean, you get close to the other sex
But
depending on
it's
like
not
what
insane still, though,
your.
right?
I mean, it depends what your goalpost is.
With their I guess
Like, is your
the
goalpost in order to like for like an MTF trans person that they are like quote unquote biological women requires them to be able to get pregnant?
I don't think I don't think so, because I feel like there are women included. There are biological women included in the category of people that can't get pregnant.
Yeah,
So I wouldn't think
exactly.
so.
So it's not a requirement for someone to be a woman
The ability to get
to
pregnant.
to get pregnant, yeah, and give birth.
Oh yeah, I know. I never claimed that.
Yeah, I'm just like, so it is just like when it comes to like the hormonal level, you can change that, right? That's how puberty works. That's how, transitioning in that sense works. Why it works is because we're still part of the same species, and depending on like your dominant hormone, you're going to get changes that like reflect the other's, sex. So yeah, I believe like biologically,
But
trans women are
but
women
it would still be an
because of.
emulation, correct?
What do you mean?
Like it is still an emulation of like basically a FTM is trying to emulate like a biological male, correct? But it's not quite the same. Like even the technology isn't there. Like I would say, like for instance, like let me just to go on the flip side a little bit, just to explain my point. Say we're in the future, right? And we had like the capability of like actually completely changing everything, right? Like the chromosomes and everything. Like
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe then you could say that it would be the same thing. But I think like right now it isn't.
Do you
And I'm
think?
not saying it's a bad thing, by the way. I just want to be clear. I don't think that it's a bad thing. I'm not saying that like you're disgusting because you're like that.
I mean, emulation
I
is
think
like
it's different.
a rough word. It is just like
I can see that, yeah.
a man who happened to be born
Mhm,
female and is transitioning to male. And yes, we do not have
mhm,
the technology to change one's gametes or chromosomes, but it's not required for a FTM, like a trans man to
mhm,
experience male puberty, which you can
mhm.
like induce through hormones.
Okay, so I can go down a little thread here just to kind of gauge how you feel about things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you say that you can get surgery, right? To So at what point would you say that a person is because since you believe that you can switch, right? Or you can at least get close. At what level do you think is the point at which the person should be considered the other sex? Just out of curiosity. Like for the purposes of like society, right? Because we live in society, and then there's issues of privacy. People men want privacy from women, women want privacy from men. That's just kind of the how society is structured because of because of sexual things, right?
Sure. So, I mean, it kind of
Mhm.
depends what your criterion is. Like, I have no
Mhm.
issues calling viewing a trans man as a man even before transitioning, even before doing any like medical thing. But when it
Mhm.
comes to like, biological, like the sex of someone, like obviously if you go
Mhm.
on HRT and you go through like male puberty and so on, like
Mhm.
I have I have no issues with, like, I wouldn't. You're basically asking me at what point I would call a trans man a male. Is that what you're asking
Yeah,
me?
yeah. Yeah, yeah. So like for the purposes of like society, right? Because we have
In what
male and
context,
female
though?
for spaces basically, right? For spaces.
For
Like sports,
spaces?
things like that.
I
Mhm.
mean, okay, sports. I know that like the criterion is HRT. Like your genitalia
Okay,
doesn't play a role. So if
okay,
a
let, let me back up a bit. What
yeah,
is your criteria? What is your criteria for a so you said that a person can switch, right? They can be close enough, right? Because again, like we've established, like there's nothing you can do about the biological stuff right now, right? Can we agree on
I
that?
mean
Like right now, you can't really do
HRT
much
is
about it.
HRT is part of the biological stuff. It's just you cannot change anything about the chromosomes or
The
gametes.
okay. So about the chromosomes and gametes, and so there is a difference then, right, between I guess a biological. I'm
The,
confusing myself going back to
yeah, the
a
thing is like
biological man and the
biological.
FTM, right?
Like if you say like the word biological in reference to like
Hmm?
trans people, like we are not artificial, we are not like cyborgs or anything.
Oh no, I
Like
never said
everybody,
that.
like we're all like biological. So
Biological, I
it
mean
kind of
categorically.
like it comes from like transphobic language. So it's like a little bit difficult
Not
for me
though.
to just like you know accept that
So
terminology. So
I can see that, but like it's not really. It's just for the sake of like reality, right? For
mhm.
the sake of describing reality, right? So like for instance, like you know, we would call like a trans person for a reason because there's meaning behind it. There's meaning that can be taken from that phrase, right? So it's an issue of
So
meaning, right?
instead of like the opposite of trans is not biological, it's cis. So if you describe like if you want to compare like trans men to cis men, I think that's like easier for me instead of like trans men versus biological men or real
So is
men
it
or whatnot.
but it is biological though, right? It is an
Everything
issue of
is
biology, correct?
I mean everything is like biological, but like the opposite of trans is cis.
The opposite of trans is cis.
Yeah, someone whose gender identity matches um their sex. Right?
So but you're understanding that there's a difference, correct? It's like
Of
even
course, like
between trans and cis, there's a difference.
yeah, trans men are
Okay.
not cis men.
So is the issue that is the issue that people have specifically? Like what is the issue specifically with
If
the
you,
differentiation?
it is basically like saying they are gay men and real men and normal men. Gay men
So
versus
it's the
men.
language of normal, basically. The language of
Yeah,
normal
that
biological.
is
It's
like
because
kind
it
of what it
feels
comes from.
bad, basically.
It is basically. I mean, it doesn't feel bad. It's just like objectively false. It is just the fact that like the terminology is basically uh to basically invalidate gender identity and like the difference between gender
Hmm.
and sex and bring it to
Okay.
like it is like calling me a biological male instead of a trans woman,
I think the
right?
reason why is because just in terms of language, when people speak as to the biology, it has to do with I think people see it as like how you were born, basically, right?
Yeah,
The
which is
biological reality. So like we can try to again, like I said, we can try to change that as much as we can, like through science. In the same way, like you can do plastic surgery, right, to change like how you look.
sure. So I
Hmm.
just like I would prefer if like for the sake of like make it easier and clearer instead of
Hmm.
calling uh cis men biological men to just call them cis men. Is that
So
okay?
so this is all an issue of um. So this is an issue of like feelings, basically. Like it hurts. It hurts the feelings to be categorized as outside of, like, say, we'll just use woman. So to be categorized from outside of like that word specifically, because you wouldn't have a problem. And sorry if I'm speaking to you. If you want, I can make a, I can speak to as someone else, and we can use
No,
that.
no,
It's
you
kind of a
can
little
talk
bit
about me.
roundabout. But so you have no problem with being called a trans woman, though, right?
Yeah.
Uh, you have no problem with that, but you have a problem with um someone saying that you're biologically not that.
Yeah. Because it's
Okay.
factually like incorrect. Like I'm still a biological woman. I'm still human,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
I'm not a
I mean,
cyborg.
I see in here. I think it's an issue of semantics, really,
So the
right?
thing is like,
Because I think most people don't see it that way. Most people, when they talk about a when they talk about biological woman, they think of a woman in terms of, how do I explain it in an airtight way? They think of a woman in terms of, a human female, basically.
mm-hmm.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah. So the thing is like the term biological woman or reducing trans people to their gametes, etc. Like that is basically like transphobic rhetoric. That is like the root of these things. And I do not want to like
Huh.
normalize this. And it's also
Okay, I
like
have a
it is
go ahead.
sociologically and like it's scientifically like in
Mhm.
biology and whatnot, it's like not accurate to use these
Okay.
terms. And it's basically
So,
in order to like other and justify othering of trans people.
mhm. Okay. So I have a question, and it's kind of meme, but like I'm not, I 100% don't mean it in a meme way. Like I swear I'm not trying to meme. It is a meme question, but like I want to know, for the sake of definition, what would you consider to be a woman? What is a woman?
Okay. Let me. So a woman is a societal category of gender, which
Mhm.
is typically attributed to the adult human female, like someone who identifies with this.
As the
With
adult human female.
yeah,
Okay. So it's a person that identifies as a woman is a person that identifies as an adult human female.
yeah, someone who basically identifies with the societal construct that is typically associated and attributed to the adult human female.
Okay, so what is an adult human female? I'm really not memeing, by the way. I'm actually trying to define this so that we can have a deeper conversation about it. I know it sounds kind of meme. I'm not. I'm really not.
So, I mean,
Uh
a grown human who
huh.
was assigned the female sex, who produces like you know female gametes, large gametes.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So according to that, then would you say that a trans woman wouldn't be an adult human female?
So, I mean, okay. It wouldn't impact whether or not someone is a woman, right? Like a trans woman just
Mhm.
needs to like it's like a social construct, and you have like certain things that are attributed to those of the female sex. Like it kind of depends like what you consider to be female
Mhm.
again, and what do you view as
Yeah,
like
which is why
valid?
I'm.
Because like intersex people exist, right? If you are saying, oh, an adult human female
Yeah,
is
it's an
someone with
anomaly.
XX chromosomes, well, there are males with XX chromosomes, right? When the SRY gene that is like responsible for one's gonads to drop in the womb uh, is located on the X chromosome. That happens, right? So obviously the genotype
Mhm.
is not. It doesn't matter. right? It can't be
So
used as like an invalidation. There,
but that wouldn't affect like for instance, that wouldn't because I think we would consider that to be an anomalous issue. Like for instance, right? Like if you have humans, right? Humans are we're born in a certain way usually, right? Like if a person is missing an arm, it doesn't mean that humans don't have arms, right? Don't If a person is born with an arm, it doesn't mean that like humans don't have arms, right? It's just it's a genetic anomaly, right? And I'm not saying it's bad, by the way. I'm not saying it's
yeah,
bad.
but are you saying that like someone who has like a missing arm is not human?
No, I didn't say that trans people aren't human though.
So a requirement to be a human is not to have arms.
No, to be like a to be. Hold on, can you say it again? Sorry.
Like it's not a requirement to be human, like for a human to have arms to be considered
Is there a
human.
requirement? No.
So the thing is like when you are using like the norm, the 99% in order to like make a definition, and you're saying, oh, every woman has XX chromosomes, and then someone comes along and breaks that rule, that means the definition is by default false.
Well, no, they would be, I guess,
Other,
if there was a person that had like a chromosomal anomaly, we would say that let's say that they basically were a woman, right? So we would say that they're a woman with an intersex condition. In the same way, I would say that it would be like a trans woman, right? It's like a different thing. But I don't think trans people are bad. I just think it's a different
sure.
thing.
So okay. Do you
Mhm.
think like it's a requirement for a woman to be female?
A woman to be female.
Yeah. Do you think it's a requirement for someone's gender identity to be of a
For the purposes of
woman?
sex, yes. For the purpose of sex.
What do
But
you
I think
mean?
like let me clarify. So I think if for the purposes of like sex determination, um biologically speaking, from like a position of truth, yes. But I think if a person like you, for example, wants to live as a woman, I would be okay with that. Does that make sense? Even though it's not the same, I think you still deserve the dignity and respect and the freedom to live how you want. Of course, like, we would have to reconcile that with society's needs as well, but I would be okay with that. Even if it's different. I don't really think it's like I would still call you, I would still if we were, we were friends in real life. I knew you and and I knew that you were like I knew that you were trans. I would have no problem calling you she.
Sure. It's a courtesy.
Mhm.
It's not
I
something
just think that
that I should
mhm.
expect, though. It is just because you're nice.
I think it's yeah, I think so.
Do you see the problem with that?
Explain.
So, okay. If you do not view, like, you're basically saying that, like, trans women
Mhm.
aren't women.
So like for instance, right? Like if I had a friend and his name was Chris and he told me, "Could you call me Joe instead?" It'd be kind of like that. Does that make sense?
Sure. And
Because
you're.
because again, like we're speaking as to the biological reality that we were talking about earlier, right? Which is why I said that there was a difference.
What is
Does
the
that make sense?
biological reality?
That a woman is an adult human female.
A woman is a
Mhm.
societal, like, it's a social category of gender.
A woman is a social category of gender.
Yeah.
Okay, so would it change then if I said um okay, so if I were to change it and say that if I were to just say that you are and I don't again I don't mean this offense. This is just for the argument. I wouldn't call you this like outside of this argument. But if I were to say that you were an adult human male, how would that be accurate?
That is not accurate.
Okay. See, this is where I'm confused.
Yeah. I mean, I think the main confusion comes from like the insisting that like biological sex and your gender identity is like it's like the same thing, right?
Could
That
we
like
call it something else?
you're defining gender using sex,
Yeah,
right?
because they use kind of the same words, right? That's why I'm trying to find like a differentiation here. Like, could we call it something else? Like for me, I think for me, my terminology would be a trans woman, right? Like I would say like you, Nyara, are a trans woman. I would
Sure,
say
you
that
could
it's not
also
the
call me a
same as
woman.
like a
You could just call me a woman,
I. s-
I think.
The thing is like that wouldn't be according to like again according to my definition that wouldn't be technically accurate. But it wouldn't
But
be like
it's I mean
mhm,
it's just true
mhm.
though.
Do you see what I mean though? There's an issue. There's a language issue where we because we're talking about like two different things, right? That use similar terminology, right? There's like gender,
It
right, which you agree is
is
like kind of your perception, and then there's the actual biology, right? Because you can, for instance, like you can do things to your body to like change them, but it's away from the state that it was like originally, right? It's like kind of like cosmetic in a way, isn't it?
do you believe in the soul?
Um, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Do you do you think that like your soul has a gender? Like a sex or whatnot?
That's, uh, that's pretty deep. I don't know. Maybe.
So the thing is like gender identity, you can like kind of view it as like your soul's gender, and
Mhm,
you basically got like put into a body, into like some
mhm.
flesh suit, which also has, like a
Sounds
sex.
terrible. Sounds terrible for that to be mismatched.
Exactly. And that's kind of like how
Yeah, I
I
agree.
feel. And
Yeah, it sounds terrible.
exactly.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. I wish it didn't happen.
And there's just like this mismatch. And like gender
Like
is
if I
just like
could
your gender identity is like in your brain. Your sense of self is in your brain.
mhm,
And I don't know what explanation you wanna like use for it. If you wanna think that like being trans is like an intersex condition of like the brain, that like during your development phase of the brain, a
do we have proof of that?
different
I'm just curious. Like is there actual proof that it's an intersex condition of the brain? I don't know. I've never heard that.
there
That's
are like there is some research, but it's like really difficult because like
mhm,
the thing is like it is really difficult because it's still making being trans out to be something binary. To be like, oh, you're like your brain is female and you're stuck in a male body, which
mhm.
can make it like really difficult. But like I'm just like
Yeah.
trying to like maybe help you understand it a little bit better by just like
Mhm.
using simple like
I
terminology, even if it's like the concept of
mhm.
gender is like it's difficult, right? Because it's like a spectrum and gender identity, like you can be non-binary, agender, and whatnot. And I just like think that like this would be
What is
too confusing right
actually, I don't
now.
wanna go into that. I might go into a completely different rabbit hole. So, I guess what I'd like to say is I think that I think the confusion here is between gender and sex.
Hmm.
So you think so again, I just wanna reiterate, you think that they're different, right? Like,
They're
gender is how
different,
you
yeah. They
perceive
they they
yourself,
are
sex would be your
interlinked,
body.
yeah.
Mhm,
They're interlinked, but they're not the same thing.
mhm. S so okay, so they're interlinked, but they're not the same thing.
Hmm.
And so you think that there's I'm trying to find where the disconnect here is because I can see the
So
disconnect.
you use a gendered term, woman,
Mhm.
and you
Yes.
define it using someone's sex, which
But
is causing issues.
So it's an issue of definition because I think most people would consider a a woman to be, a human female in reference to um the state at which they are born. Basically the people would so humans come in like basically two configurations unless there's an anomaly, correct?
I mean, so the thing is like you're basically using outdated terms and you're like kind of like
Uh-huh.
insistent on using these terms, and I think it's just
Okay.
like it makes it like really difficult to talk because
Mhm.
we're basically like running in circles, just
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
going
yeah, I
over
see
like
that,
the
yeah.
the same the same stuff because of like the fundamental like misunderstanding of like gender not being the same thing as like someone's
Uh-huh.
sex.
So you s you said that a woman is an adult human female,
Hmm.
right?
No,
No.
no.
What is that then?
So
I thought that's what you said. Did I miss
a woman is
Okay.
like a social category of
Right,
gender.
right. That's what you said. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Which
Mhm.
is
So just
typically attributed to
Huh?
those of the female
To what?
sex. Yeah.
So so the female sex. So it's attributed to those of the female sex. What is that?
So, do you know like different cultures, different time periods have like a different idea of what a woman is, like what a woman has to be like?
Well, most actually, if you were to look at that, most societies actually just had male and female. There were a couple outliers, right? But then,
No,
like
no, no.
for
I
instance, if I were to say,
I mean
oh,
like
sorry, go ahead.
something like oh how
Like
do I say
Indians,
this?
Native Americans.
Like if you're like no, I just like mean in general. Like for example, like blue used to be like the girl's color, right? And pink
Mm.
used to be like the boy's color, and that changed.
Yeah, what does
Different
it have to do
different
with it?
cultures. So okay, the thing
Hmm.
is like because it's like a societal thing, it is kind of like a based like it's very dependent on like the culture that you grow up in, like what your idea, what your concept of like what women have to fulfill, like what is a woman. Like early on as a kid, you kind of learn that like um girls wear dresses and boys
Hmm.
go outdoors and they are running around and whatnot. Like you kind of learn how to like differentiate, right? Like girls have long hair, boys have short hair. This is obviously like
What is the
oversimplifying.
difference between those two, though? What is the difference between a boy and a girl?
uh, I mean,
Because
at
you
what
said that
age?
you said that girls do one thing, boys do one thing. What's the difference between them? Why? What? Yeah. What is the difference between them?
I mean, that is just like patriarchal stuff. That is like being like
Is it?
people being forced into boxes and like reduced to labels in order to like control their identities. Like their identity, like in general, the difference between a boy and a girl is their gender identity.
Their gender identity. It's not their genitalia.
No, like their gender identity, their sense of self, that is different, right?
Their sense of self. So if you had okay, so a girl's sense of self would be what? That would make it. That would make her a girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would her sense of self be? The girl.
Of
So you know you said that boys and girls, um, they do different things when they're kids, right? Am I misunderstanding you?
I mean, no, I'm just like using it as an example how
Hmm.
like certain labels are being used in order to like dictate what other what children have to like be like. It's basically like social conditioning, right? That is like
Social
kind of like the
conditioning.
the point that like you are being taught like if you're a boy you have to behave a certain way, and if you're a girl you have to behave a certain way.
So why what is different about girls that makes people say they have to behave in a certain way
I
different
mean,
from boys?
people use the phenotype that they were observed
Mhm.
observed of having in order to basically put a label on them and then define who they are.
Got it. So it's the phenotype when they're born that
Yeah, but it's
makes
like it's
the
just used.
determination.
It is used to like label other people for them, right? Like a baby is not able to communicate. Like it doesn't have like a sense of self. Or like
So
a sense of like gender identity at this age. But like when
so you're
they're like 7 and whatnot, gender dysphoria can manifest.
so, sorry, I'm kind of focused on what was said earlier. So what you're saying is that what the actions that like is typically would be associated with girls, with young girls, is the the things that young phenotypical girls would like? Is that kind of what you, or what
When you're
society says
okay,
that young phenotypical girls should like?
yeah. So when you are born, right? A doctor is basically telling your parents if you're a boy or
Okay.
girl, or like that
Mhm.
happens in the womb as well and whatnot. But like basically like the phenotype is observed. Obviously, intersex
Yep.
people exist. Intersex babies
Mhm.
exist.
Yep.
That's like a whole like rabbit hole. But and now there are parents who basically force gender on their baby before they can even like voice who they are. Basically, like, oh, I'm going to like paint the room pink because my doctor told me I'm having a girl.
Mhm.
Kind of, right? That's like
Mhm.
it's like a societal thing, like, and then you're being taught that you have to like that. You're basically being taught you have to behave a certain way, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
And that
Go on. Mhm.
can align, right? There are girls who like pink. There are girls who like unicorns and so on. Like
Mhm.
that that happens, but like when you have like this mismatch, but you're being reduced, you're being defined by this observation of your phenotype, you can have issues
So
because your
like
gender identity doesn't match. Like
so
obviously
like
like
if
gender expression is also like a
when
whole thing, right? How you express your gender identity that can also vary.
so how would you be able to tell the difference, I suppose? So like if you had, so you're saying that that you can have like girls, for instance, right, that act like boys,
Yeah.
and you wouldn't really consider them to be
If
boys, though, right?
like your gender identity isn't defined by your gender expression, right? Like if you're a boy and you want to wear a skirt and you still identify with the label boy and
Mhm.
then you're a boy. You just like to do things that are stereotypically associated with girls, right?
Okay, so what is the difference between that and a trans person? I I I I have an idea, obviously. I'm just trying to make sure I don't like get ahead of you.
Their gender identity.
So what they say?
Yeah, exactly. Like how they basically feel about themselves, feel about
How
like
they
their identity.
feel about themselves.
Yeah. And like how society perceives them and whatnot, right?
What do you mean by how society perceives them?
Like there's like obviously for me as like a trans person, like I do have voice dysphoria, for example, and like if I
Yep.
put effort into basically matching the expectations of others of what quote unquote a woman sounds like, so I don't get like misgendered and whatnot. That is basically like me trying to like fit in the box that like society has for women, if that makes sense.
Wouldn't you consider that to be, I guess, emulation though?
uh so I mean like the thing is like the thing is like I'm a woman, right? My gender
Mhm.
identity is of a woman. There's a specific way, that I would like to sound like, you know.
Mhm.
Um but I feel like I'm getting invalidated and whatnot because I do not match others' expectations.
I see.
And that is
Do you,
like, it is
mhm, go ahead.
bringing up like drama, basically.
Like it makes you feel bad, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And
Okay.
I think like I have to change in order to match others' expectations.
Okay. Do you think then? I mean, I kind of see a problem here. Not with you, but with just the language. Like, do you think there could be a compromise between people that I guess are people that are trans and like society as a whole? Because we get confused about all of these definitions, right? Like, like you see, like there's a confusion here as well, right?
Mhm.
Do you think there could be a compromise in which you say, like, well, you know, there's a difference between trans woman and woman, and that it's not really like worse. It's just it's a different thing.
So
Like, would you be okay with that?
the compromise is basically saying that like a trans woman is not a cis woman, but a trans woman is a woman and a cis woman is a woman.
Yeah.
They're
So can we
both
just like
women, just
change? so- Sorry, can we just change like for instance, like, can we change cis woman to just woman because that's what most people use?
no.
Like, most people don't really know what cis is. It's like if you just change it to like woman and then you say trans woman, I think a lot of people would be less confused, right?
No.
And
Like
no,
now
you
you're
don't think so?
basically like othering. You're basically saying there are black
Isn't it
women
the same
and
thing?
there are women, right? In order to like
Isn't
instead of like referring to white women as white women, you say that like, oh, they're just women, and then you have black women. That is
it
basically
still
like what
says
you're
woman
doing with
though,
like
right?
trans people.
Isn't it the same thing though? Like isn't cis woman the same thing? Because you're saying like that they're a cis woman, meaning like they were born as a woman, and then you say trans woman, and then it's like a completely different thing. They
No,
both have women, and they both express
yeah,
as such, but then it's different things, right? Like
yeah,
like
but like
isn't it the same thing as like woman and trans woman? I guess I don't see the
it
difference, right? Like,
is
to me, it seems the same.
okay. How does it sound like when I'm going to say that like they are gay women, and instead of saying
Mhm.
okay, there are no straight women, they're just women. They're gay women and then women. Is that like something that you know? Does
I
that
think I
like
would
make sense to you? What I'm like
yeah,
trying to get at?
I think if all of society had that kind of terminology already, for the sake of differentiation, right? Because language is about understanding, and I think everybody, when they talk about women, most people, and this isn't like people online, people like us that know like these lingos, right? Like, most people don't know that. So I think like there's just a lot of confusion with it because most people see the term woman as being like a how you would say a cis woman.
Sure. How like in what context does it actually play a role that I'm a trans woman? Why can I not just be like
Where
included
does it
as
play
like
a role?
woman?
It's more for specificity.
What do
I
you need to like
suppose for the purpose
specify?
of language. Well, like, for instance, if let's say you were going to go to the doctor, right? And then the doctor was
Sure.
like, "Well, I need to know, like, male or female." And then you put female, they're going to be confused, right? Because there's special needs. Like, there's special needs that, like, for instance, like,
I mean,
not just
yeah,
trans women, but trans men also have special needs, right? So it's kind of a way to differentiate between the two, right? And again, I'm not saying that trans women are worse. Like, that's not me saying that. I'm just saying
sure.
it's like
I
a
am
differentiation of language.
obviously in the medical field it plays a role because that's where,
Mhm.
the distinction between trans and cis actually, can have like certain implications and whatnot. But like
Mhm.
in a like just a casual sense, like are you going to like would you like introduce me to like a friend as like a trans woman? Like, oh
Would
hey,
I do that?
that's Nyara, she's a trans woman. Like why
Let me
would
think.
that
Would I do that actually? I actually don't think I would. I'm trying to think, like, would I do that? Would I do that? Or introducing you if I knew you. So I actually I'm not very social, so It's I have to really put myself out of the box to think about this one, but I don't
Like,
think I
would
would
that
unless they, like,
play a
ask maybe, like,
role?
they might ask, like, maybe in that case I would say, but, like, I don't think I normally would.
If I
I don't think it's relevant, basically.
Yeah, if I yeah, exactly, it's not relevant. So you could just refer to me as a woman instead of like a trans woman. That's kind of like
Well, I
what I'm
mean
getting at, right?
okay.
Like the
But
distinction
see sorry, go ahead. I'll let you go first. Go ahead.
like the distinction between trans women and cis women just play a role in
Mhm.
like the medical sense, but like in the
Well,
societal sense it doesn't play a
also,
role.
if we're talking about that specifically, if we're talking about gender stuff first specifically,
Sure,
then you would
if
say,
you're
like,
having a conversation about like trans
in the
women,
context.
sure.
Yeah, it would depend on the context, basically, right? So in the context of, like, if we were talking about you and gender stuff, then yeah, you would say, like, that Yara is a trans woman
Sure, if
for
that's
the
like
purposes
relevant
of definition.
to
Yeah,
the
yeah. Mhm.
would you introduce a cis woman as just a woman though?
Oh, well,
Oh, this is
I
my
mean, it's
friend,
kinda weird. I
she's a
wouldn't really
woman.
say that. I wouldn't say I would just say, like, I'd probably just say, like, "Oh, this is my friend." I'd probably use your name, right? Most of the time.
Yeah, but like if like gender is like actually like playing a role, would you like spec would you say that oh she's a cis woman?
Well, see,
Or would you
and
say,
I
oh
think I
she's just a woman?
see, I think in most cases you would go with that. I think the case, and this might lead into like a different discussion. A case in which it might be important is if it's like a case of like accommodations, right?
What do you mean?
Like for instance, if you had like a locker room scenario, for instance, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it might be an issue if there's some kind of. What do you think they should do about that? Actually, just out of curiosity.
I mean, okay. I believe when you go like let's just use the bathrooms and whatnot. I believe you
Hmm.
should just go into like the bathroom where you I guess kind of like fit in based on your gender expression, right? Like I
So
go
like
into the women's restroom. I
so
stand
part of
out
my
when I go
language, if
into
a
the men's
person.
restroom.
So part of my language, but if a person has a dick, and they walk into the women's locker room, do you think that could cause a problem
I would it.
because they have a dick?
Are you like waving it around?
Yeah, they're walking around they're walking around, yeah, because you walk around naked in the locker room sometimes, right? Some people do that.
I mean,
I don't know. I'm not a locker room person.
yeah, me neither. Like I went into when I went to the gym, I went into like men's locker rooms and I didn't show people my genitalia. Um
Mm. But like a person could, right? So like people do like take their clothes off in the locker room, correct?
sure.
Yeah. So like, what if a trans person did that? Like a person you would consider like, male to female trans, and then they just like took it all off, just like boom, like, dick, little girl there, adult female there, and then they just see dick.
I don't I
I'm
don't
not
think
trying to be
that's
crude, but like,
happening. I'm gonna be real.
no, but
Like
it could
I
though.
don't
So what if it did happen? So so imagine a scenario in which it does occur. Then what should happen in
I
that
mean
case?
if someone is going to, go into the women's locker
It's
room and
happened
like
before though.
expose themselves like
Mhm.
and it's just very like
Well,
on the nose,
it's
then
not
they
even
should
about
be
them,
kicked
right?
out.
Well, it's not even about them because women also, like, right? Because when you're in the locker room, right? We agreed earlier that people undress in the locker room, right?
Mhm. Where do you
So let's
think
say
I
that
should
person's
go?
not even. Hmm?
Where do you think I should go?
I don't know. I don't know. If you were to ask me, it would depend on a couple factors. I think it depends on. So you know what? Let's shelve that for now. We'll talk about that later because I actually have thought about that. So I can like kind of tell you how
Okay.
I feel about it. But in the case of the locker room, right? When you have the people undressing in the locker room, and then you have the people in the locker room, and then the person just takes their clothes off and it's just dick. Like, is that what do you think about? Like, is that okay? Like, is it okay for like people to feel uncomfortable? Do you think that's unreasonable that they're uncomfortable?
Honestly, I'm uncomfortable when I go into like women's spaces and I have like someone, just show boobs and expose
Uh-huh.
themselves and like,
Mhm.
when I used
But,
to go into the
but
men's restroom, like I was uncomfortable, when like some old guy is just like letting it hang, obviously. But I'm just like in
mhm,
general like really uncomfortable with people like exposing themselves like that. And I'm just like when I go into the
mhm,
women's like when I go into like the locker room, I just like find a corner and I'm just like doing the quickest like switch and then I get out of there. Like I'm not like
mhm.
hanging out, I'm not, but I'm just like curious like how this like
Uh,
plays a role. It is just you're trying to use like exceptions in order to justify kicking trans women out of women's
I
spaces.
mean, it's happened before, right? So I feel like it's something that has to be addressed because it's something that has happened.
That would
So
individually be addressed, sure.
okay, so how would they be individually addressed? So like say you had again, say there's a trans person and they go into the locker room and there's a bunch of, we'll use we'll use language for specificity, right? So there's cis women in the rest in the locker room.
Mhm.
And then the trans woman takes off her clothes and then it's like everyone can see, that
So you mean like someone
the
who
snake, the
is
serpent, the
pre-transition?
anaconda. Yes. Yes. I suppose. I don't know what
Hon-
constitutes
Like I'm
transition, but
a I'm
yeah.
a be real as someone who has been
Mhm.
like in the trans community for quite some time and who has like a community.
Mhm,
I
mhm,
know so many people who avoid spaces like that, especially if they're like
mhm.
pre-transition and they do not match like societal expectations of what like a woman
Okay.
like. So it's just like it's like a really specific
But there
hypothetical.
could be a person like that, right? There could be a person like that.
There are a lot of like perverted, people, right?
Mhm.
That's
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
and I just like strongly believe that like the staff would just have to like handle it. If someone is like
Do you think they
literally going
could?
in there and they're just like waving it around for like an hour or 2 hours just for like the fun of it,
Not like an hour, just like at
I think
all.
they should just be like,
So you're for that then. So like say let's say a trans person goes in, they say I'm trans. They take off their clothes and it's a dick and then the people are uncomfortable and then they call the staff. You think the staff should just kick them out?
it had like I would have to like know what actually went down because we know that like a
Mhm.
lot of like transphobic people tend to like exaggerate of like how uncomfortable this one trans person made them. Like we saw this in the UK recently with
Mhm.
oh, I don't know what the store was called. There was like a trans woman working there and they were like lying about like what the trans woman did. Like she was just like doing her job asking, if they needed help, and the woman was
Yeah.
like outraged, being like, "Oh, this is grotesque. They're making me uncomfortable," and asked my daughter to do like a bra test, and it was like a huge spectacle. So people were just like lying about it, and
Mhm.
I'm just like really scared of like giving an answer to like some hypothetical because we see so often how people are like weaponizing like the outrage and like hysteria in order to
Mhm.
other and like go after and harass trans people.
Here, let me ask a question in regards to this. So, say a person is trans and they're going to, they're trans and they're going to transition. At
Hmm.
what point can they use the women's locker room? Like, say, like they decide today, like I am going to pursue transition because I'm trans. When can they use the women's locker room? Like, at what point?
I mean, it's really individual. Like, I do not want to give you like a cut-off date because like I can't. Like, I'm going to like give you my experience with someone who used to go into like the men's bathroom, public restrooms and whatnot. And like when I was more like perceived as, you know, a man, because
Okay.
having short hair and, you know, I'm tall or whatnot, I
Yeah.
used the men's restroom. At some point, people's perception of me changed though. And
Okay.
I got a weird looks when I went into the men's restroom.
Mm-hmm.
And I had no like negative interaction and whatnot in the women's restroom. And you, so it's just like it's basically like where you kind of like fit in, where you're like there are a lot of trans people who just like avoid public bathrooms and whatnot altogether. And
Mm-hmm.
it is like it's kind of like a safety thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're going into like a space and you feel
Mm-hmm.
like you kind of like blend in, like
Mm-hmm.
you're kind of fine, right? Like nobody is going
So
to like give you weird stares or like give you a comment or say
mm-hmm.
something, right?
You're saying blending in is that it? So like when you can blend in, that's when you can do that?
I mean, I feel like you can kind of like do it whenever you feel comfortable with it, but like for me personally,
But what if that's today? What if that's today for me? Say Leaflet's coming out as trans, and say I'm let's say a male or female, just for
mhm.
the argument. Today, I decide today's the day I'm using the women's locker room. I decided today to be trans, and then today's the day. I'm
I
going like right now.
I
Are
mean,
are you okay with that?
you don't decide to be trans, but I get what you
Well, I mean, I
mean.
decide to transition. You decide to
Yeah,
transition,
yeah,
right? Because
yeah.
some trans people don't transition, right?
Yeah.
So
So
say I decide today, like I'm gonna transition today. I'm going today to the locker room. Is that okay?
would you feel comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah. If you're comfortable with
Okay.
that, if you
Hmm.
feel safe enough, and
Yeah, I'll make everyone feel uncomfortable. Fuck it, right?
why would you make other people uncomfortable?
Because a dick.
Do you not
Does
know
that make
how
people
underwear
do you
works?
do you think that would make people uncomfortable? No, no. I mean, we're again, like we've already established that people do get naked in restroom, in not restrooms, in locker rooms, right? Like we agreed to that. So under that same scenario, would that be okay?
I'm not going to decide that for you.
Oh, why
Like
not?
I okay, so the problem that I have is just like I don't know what you do with your genitalia.
Well, I mean,
I don't know
I just go
what your
there.
plan is.
I just go
Like,
there.
what do you do in
I'm just
locker
gonna go
rooms?
there, and then I'm gonna go in there, and I'm gonna change into my gym wear, right? And that involves me taking off my pants, and I don't know.
Your underwear, and then you're like
Sure, yeah, why
presented.
not? Why not? I have different underwear for the locker room. Sure. Say, oh, actually, you know what? I mean, I'm gonna go swimming.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna go swimming, so I gotta take it all off, right?
I mean, do you not have like single cabinets when you go swimming? Do you have
So should trans people have to use those?
No, I'm just like confused because like when I go into like bath spaces, they're just like small little like
No, it's like a
single
open. They're
spaces.
like open locker rooms. Well, there's different kinds, right? Sure, there's the stall kind, and then there's a kind that's like more open. So let's say for the sake of argument, it's one of the types that are open, and those do exist.
I I've not been in like Uh,
Like hypothetically, I can tell you for a fact that they do exist in gyms, like kind of
Okay.
open ones that don't have stalls. So in the case that they don't, so like hypothetically, in the case that there was a gym that didn't have private stalls and it just
Mhm.
had lockers, and like what would you do then?
I mean, and kinda like me personally, I would probably like wear my swim stuff under, and then obviously now I have like a
Why
bottom
though?
surgery, so it's just
Why
I
though?
don't like showing other people my genitalia.
But what if I don't care? What if I'm going there and, I'm trans and I want to use the women's locker room and I want to do it right now and I'm changing right now into my swimsuit. W- Is that bad or is that not bad?
Do people stare at each other?
Well, I mean, it'd be pretty. I mean, in your peripheral vision, you'd probably see like,
I would probably just mind
the
my
serpent.
business.
You
I
might see
just
the serpent though.
I went into, I personally would just mind my own business. I would probably be too hyper fixated on like me
Yeah,
being self-conscious.
you would, but say people got uncomfortable from that in the restroom. You could say like, I took it off and then I took a couple steps and it's hanging out and people saw it. Like what would and they were uncomfortable by it. Do you think that's they shouldn't be allowed to be uncomfortable about it?
So you think that like someone's discomfort is more important than your comfort?
You know what? Yeah. Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, I could use that exact same thing to say like, well, what if the people, I mean, you're making them uncomfortable, right? So that's would you consider that to be bad? Like, should I forfeit my comfort for them?
Maybe you were talking about like freedom and liberty.
Yeah, yeah. But do you think that? Not me, but do you think that?
I mean, I'm kind of like a people pleaser. I'll be real.
Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
I just
So if people told you and you went to the restroom, and they said, we're not comfortable because of your biology or whatever. They use whatever, like whatever. They said that you are not a cis woman, so it makes us uncomfortable that you're here. Would you find that offensive? And like, would you be against that? Them like, would you be like, okay, like, what, I don't want to cause an issue, so I'm just gonna leave then.
it would suck.
Hmm.
It would be because it's like rooted in transphobia,
So you think it's
right?
well, I mean, it's kind of different because like I mean, again, I don't know you, so I don't know like the situation, right? Like I don't know, but so yeah, you don't think that you think that the person should basically take care of the other people first, like in terms of like if they're making them uncomfortable, they should be like, oh, I shouldn't make people uncomfortable. Is that what you said? I'm just confused.
I mean, I'm a lot of it's a lot of like hypotheticals, and like I don't want to like
Mhm.
speak for like everyone, right? Like
Well,
I'm
what do
just
you think? You don't have to speak for everyone. I mean, like,
like
what does Nara think?
I personally was always like really worried of like how others like perceive me, and I was like really self-conscious about it, and I struggled with that. But I
Mhm.
realized that most people just don't care, and a lot of the people who do make like a spectacle about it and they're like hysterical about it, like it's a
I mean, it'd be
problem.
kind of shocking. It'd be kind of shocking if you were in the rest, if you were changing, you're changing, and then you see a dick. That's like it's kind of shocking, right? Especially, again, like society has always had these kind of issues with privacy with men and women, right? It's always been like that, like since like forever. And basically, women expect privacy from the the opposite sex, basically, right? So don't. So isn't it reasonable for them to be shocked if they were to see, a trans person go in there and then they take off their clothes and then there's like, you know,
So do you think that like once a trans woman had bottom surgery, then they're allowed to go into like the women's locker because they don't have a dick?
I'm asking, what do you think? Like, where is the point at which it would be acceptable for you to be in there? That's what I'm asking. I would be glad to tell you like what I think about it. I just want to know like where is that line for you, right? Just so I can kind of understand like more what you believe, right?
I mean, trans women are women. Trans women belong in women's spaces,
Hmm.
and I don't believe that the feelings of bigots are more important than the feelings of trans people.
But aren't you discounting all of the women that would feel uncomfortable from seeing like, like a penis? Don't you think that you're discounting their feelings by calling them bigots? Right? Like for instance, like let's say that let's like up it a bit. And let's say that the person in there was, an SA survivor and they got graped by a man and then make them feel uncomfortable. And then they saw that in there and then it would make them feel uncomfortable. How would you feel about that?
So, in your hypothetical example, all
Yeah,
trans people need to
hypothetically, yeah.
like basically dance around one person who might be uncomfortable with them.
What I want to know is what do you think in terms of like is that situation okay or is there like some kind of standard that there should be? I'm trying not to lead you into like my answer, but that's what I'm trying
Mhm.
to ask you. Like at what point are you like this is okay? Right? Because in the example I gave, day 1, I'm trans, time to go to the gym, can I take it all off in the women's locker room?
It's just so
If
many
not, if not, where
hypotheticals.
is that?
It is
If not, where
just.
is the line? Yeah, well, I mean, all of discussion, like you have to discuss hypotheticals in order to discuss philosophy, right?
I mean, you're just basically assuming that like A, trans people are just like going in there and waving around their genitalia, and B, there's going to be like a cis woman in there who's going to see that and freak out.
Okay, so do you think that it would be likely that there would be a cis woman in the women's locker room? Do you think that would be a high possibility? Would you consider that?
There can be a cis woman in the locker room, yeah.
Okay, so could there be a cis woman who is uncomfortable about penises, and then they wouldn't expect to see a penis in the women's locker room? They don't want to see that because they're a cis woman and they don't want to be around male genitalia, is what I'll say.
Sure, and that's
Mhm.
probably why if I didn't have bottom surgery, I would go in there and not take off my underwear and like run around
Mhm.
and whatnot. Like obviously, like
Uh-huh.
I
Okay.
don't want to make
So
people
now
uncomfortable.
step 3. If I was like if I was trans and I decided today I'm going to go use the women's restroom and I take off my pants and the woman sees, you know, the anaconda, would you be against that? Like would you say like that's inappropriate?
I think exposing yourself's genitalia is like inappropriate. Yeah.
But like women do the same thing, right? Again, like let's use the example of the swimsuit. Open locker room, right? Because that does exist. Open locker rooms exist. Pools exist at gyms. So, in that example, would you be against it?
Do you think like when you're like at a like a I don't know what it's called. Give me a second. I need to Google that word.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Take your time.
Um, a outdoor pool, right? If you're at an outdoor pool and you see like
Mhm,
you see a bunch of parents, right, with their toddlers, with their kids and whatnot. Do you think it's
mhm,
inappropriate for parents to like just undress their their kid right in front of
mhm.
everyone, like exposing their genitalia and whatnot, without
Yeah,
like any privacy? Like that's
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
is that
Sure,
is that is inappropriate, right?
sure.
There are a
Yeah,
lot of
sure, sure.
it's it's just
Yeah, no, I
really
understand it's
weird.
inappropriate.
I think similarly
But like
about like when
adults are
you like
different, right?
undress yourself to like not actually like consider, like I would, for example, I would just wrap a towel around me,
Mhm.
around my waist, and then like undress, and then basically like shielding, so others don't have to like see anything. That is what I personally would do because
Yeah,
I
but
have
do
like
I have to do
shame.
that? Would you say I have to do that?
I mean, if
Like
you want to be
if
considerate,
I'm
if you want to be
so
considerate, sure.
you think it's bad then? So you think it's bad and you think it's bad and inconsiderate to
I
have
think
the
exposing
pee-pee
your
hanging out?
genitalia is just
But
is
women do
kind of
it though,
weird, no?
right?
And
Women do it in locker rooms, right? It's
I think
strange.
that's inappropriate too.
So you think everyone should
Mind that
even
genitalia.
though that's not really the norm because people do just change in locker rooms. So you think everyone should do that now?
For my comfort, yes, women should like cover themselves and not like show their boobs and present their boobs. Does that mean my discomfort is more important than their comfort?
That your is your discomfort more important than their comfort?
Yeah.
I think it depends on the imposition. That would be my take. It depends on the level of imposition on normal society.
What is
Like
normal society?
the norm of society, what most people would do.
Yeah. So the problem is that you're
Mhm.
basically using the discomfort of like some hypothetical in order to push trans people out. But like my
No.
discomfort with something
Well,
else is not being used
hold
in
on, let
order
me
to push them out.
hold up. Let me give you an example, okay? I think if a person like stealth passed and there was no way to tell, then I would have a problem with it. It wouldn't cause any societal issues, right?
What is passing to you?
I mean, they basically well, for one, not having a penis, for one. That would be like the bare minimum.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I think not having a penis and then, presenting yourself as, in the I guess the presenting yourself as, an adult human female, then in a way that like emulated it to the point that it was like not really um it wasn't what's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying to be sensitive here. Um that it was not causing it's not causing any aggro. Does that work for you? So I think like for instance, the not having a penis would be like the bare minimum basically. Right? Because it's like very obvious at that point, right? And it would make people feel uncomfortable. But then I would be okay with it. Like, if there wasn't an issue, then I'd say like, well, why? Who cares really?
So if
My
a trans woman
my
is
concern
basically fulfilling like your expectation of what a woman has to look like, then they're allowed in women's spaces because they're the least
my
disruptive.
my concern, yes, is disruption on society. That's for everything though. I'm very consistent about that. It doesn't have to do with trans people, it's just in general. Disruption in society
So
for
it's
all
like
things.
assimilation.
Yes.
You
Basically, I think that people who are weird and strange, and I think that trans people are, and I think that's fine. I think that's great. I think being weird, I think I'm weird and strange, and I think it's totally fine. I think people that are outside of the norm basically have to do their best to not impose on society, but then society has the obligation then to respect their freedom. It's a contract that goes both ways, in my opinion. It's not like a one way thing.
So if a small group is causing discomfort and disruption for like the general population,
Hmm.
they should change.
They should try not to impose. So, like, I'll give you a good example. Like, say, let's use the example of like, let's say it says my first day, and I'm like, okay, I've discovered that I'm trans, and like I am going to start my transition today, right? And then I'm like, well, I want to maybe wait a little bit until like I have you know put in more time into it, gotten all the therapy and all that, and then once I start living as a man, then like maybe if I get to the uh, then maybe at the beginning I would use, like, for instance, like a gender neutral or like a family restroom, right? Until I felt that I was comfortable enough to a point where I wasn't going to basically shock people around me. Then I would be okay with like integrating at that point.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of
Yeah,
similar
that's what
to
I
like
think.
how I felt.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's the most fair to society, right? Because like regardless of, so my concern is harmony between people, right? And if we have one side of people, and I'm not saying this is, let me finish. If you have one side of people, like trans people, demanding like recognition, demanding like that they're allowed in these spaces without kind of any sort of structure, any sort of standards. And then likewise on the other side, if you had obviously if you had people saying like, yeah, fuck all trans people, like that'd be bad too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think there has to be like for the sake of harmony, there has to be some kind of compromise on both sides. And I think that compromise is based on not interfering as much in society if you're like kind of an outlier. And again, society having the contract not not interfere with your liberties, which is why like I agree that you should be able to have your your medicine and your procedures. I'm totally fine with that because it's not affecting anybody else. I would disagree with you on kids for reasons we can get into that if you want later, but for you specifically, I would be okay with it.
So I'm just like really confused because like if you set the
Mhm,
goalpost to having bottom surgery, then like obviously this is going to like cause a lot of issues for trans people who not only like kind of can't afford to have bottom surgery, but they
mhm.
also do not want to have bottom surgery because of the risk or because they don't have dysphoria. So you're basically saying like, oh, trans people need to have this medical procedure in order for them to be valid enough in order to go into like certain spaces. When
Like,
a
I
simple
guess some alternative.
solution
Go
could
ahead,
be
go ahead.
to go into like a locker room and not present your genitalia.
Yeah, I would say for instance that would be okay. So in the case earlier with Leaflit day one trans, right? If I were to go in there, I would think that was inappropriate, for instance.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Yes, I would agree. So you remember the example of like day one trans, I go there, I whip it out. I think that would be inappropriate.
Sure.
Yeah. So it would depend basically
Do you think it's
on the impact basically.
inappropriate if you're like a trans man and you go into like the men's locker room and you show your boobs? Do you think that's inappropriate as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Like I
Yeah.
think that like in
Totally.
general, like do you think like a man going into a man's locker room and showing their genitalia is also inappropriate? Do you think like a
Well,
cis man going into a men's locker room?
it depends, right? Like if it's the type of locker room, like for instance, like the example we gave, it was like for a swimming pool, right? People, and it was a big open locker room, not individual stalls. Then yeah, right? Because that's kind of what people do. That's what normal society does. Is that they would change there.
Do you think it's like
Maybe you change in the corner or something like that, right? So
okay,
in that example, if you were a trans man, but like people couldn't really tell, you could just like you said, go into a stall and use that, and I'd be okay with that.
I'm just like really confused because like I in general think it's like highly inappropriate for people to present their genitalia and you have like
Uh-huh.
issues with like trans people doing it.
Maybe it's like a US thing. Maybe it's a US thing. I don't know. Do people in at least granted I haven't been to like a locker room in a long time,
Yeah.
but we just take off our clothes basically.
Yeah, like I just like I think it's like highly inappropriate like if I
Mhm.
go into like a men's locker room, for example, and I see like 3 dudes just like whipping it out and like waving it around. I think that's inappropriate. It
Well, I'm
doesn't
not
matter
gonna
if they're
wave
like
it
cis.
around, right? But
Yeah,
like,
but like, you know, you're
but still, it
phrasing
would
it
make
that way.
it would make. Well, I
You
mean, it's
think
for
that
comedic
like
value, but
you're making it seem
it's for
like
comedic
trans
value,
people
but
would just like, especially trans women would just go into like women's locker rooms and just like
well,
present themselves.
one could, right? Like one could in this example. I think that would be inappropriate,
Sure,
but like
and then you
one
could
could.
say
Maybe
like,
you think it's
hey,
inappropriate. You
maybe,
think it's inappropriate, right?
hey, maybe,
Yeah.
maybe don't like whip it around. Maybe, maybe don't do that. That's what I would say. Even if I even want to have like that sort of like
I mean,
confrontation.
even if you're not whipping it out like swing or whatever, right? Like you're just taking your clothes off, right? And
Yeah,
it would
sure, but
still make
like
people uncomfortable if there are a lot of people around, right?
anyone can make anyone uncomfortable. This is not like a trans people making
Well,
cis people uncomfortable.
I think it's a different kind of uncomfortable when it comes
Why is
to
it
like
different?
because again, we have norms of sexual privacy, and that's kind of again going back to the norms of society, like whether or not you agree with those norms, those are the norms of society, and that's how people carry themselves, right? Women do not want to be in a private space where they're vulnerable and naked with penis.
Okay, sure. Um,
Hmm.
other angle. So, you
Okay.
know, me as a trans woman, I had bottom
Hmm.
surgery. I do have boobs. Do you think that like people like if I go into like a women's locker room and I undress myself, I switch my clothes. Do you think that like if some person is like, "Oh, you're tall," um, you know, I perceive you as a
There's tall women
man,
though.
right?
There's
Wait,
tall women though.
and you would basically have like someone who is uncomfortable with the fact that I'm trans, despite having bottom surgery, despite you know
Well, see,
going
this is
on
why I
medically
think there should be
transitioning.
some kind of vetting. This is why I think there should be some kind of vetting on it. Like there should be a little bit of gatekeeping, right? Which is why I said in the first case, I don't really agree with it
So like if
because
someone would be
there's no
like
gatekeeping.
uncomfortable with me being with the fact that I'm trans and I don't know like they are like complaining about the fact that I am going in there in order to like change my clothes and I can perceive their genitalia and that makes them uncomfortable. Do you think they should be
Mm.
allowed to like kick me out because you know they're uncomfortable with the fact that a
Well,
trans woman sees them?
they'll probably complain about it. I think in that case, again, it would depend. I think on the impact on society there, right? So you'd have to gauge that kind of. But I think that not having the PP, I think, is a good start in terms of not imposing on society. Which is why I said again, like there should be some kind of gatekeeping, right? Like there should be like I would like if you were to ask me, I think that there should be like a process for like trans stuff in terms of like societal like transitioning. Like if you wanted to live, if you were a cis male, right, and then you wanted to live as a trans woman, I would say that if you had some kind of vetting process, like some kind of psychological checks, like certain amount of time that you do that, and then you would be able to change things and then live in that way. I think that would be preferable. I think than to kind of a free for all system, which we kind of have right now.
I mean, we do have transmedicalism. In
What do
order
you
for
what do you
me
mean?
to change my legal name and my gender marker, I had to get 2 independent evaluations from
Hmm.
psychologists, and I had to go to court,
You disagree with that?
and I had to spend 2,000 euros. Yeah, I disagree with
I
that.
think I think the number is a little fucked up. I think the 2,000 euro that's fucked up. I would agree with that. It seems
Sure,
kind of
but
fucked up for that.
do you think in order
Mhm.
for me to change my gender marker or my legal name, I should
Mhm.
have to go to court and I have to go get like psychologists like evaluate who I
Well, I
am?
don't know about court specifically. That seems like kind of I don't know why you would go to court for that, but I mean some kind
I
of
was declared
medical.
female by a judge. Yeah,
Sure, sure. I
that's
I
how
I
it
mean, and,
worked.
some kind of process that does that. I think more people would be okay with that. I think more of society would be accepting. Obviously listen, Nyar, there's always going to be people that are like, yeah, I fucking hate trans people. Yeah, you get the hell out of here, right? There's always going to be people like that. In the same way, there's going to be people that are going to say, fuck VTubers, fuck women, fuck men. There's always going to be people that say that stuff, right? But what I mean is I think most of society, the greater of society, would be more accepting of it if there was some kind of process. And I think that all of the recent, like, kind of, let's just throw all the process out of the window, I feel like that's actually a disservice to trans people personally. Even though it might seem like, oh, well, it makes it easier. I don't think that making it easier is necessarily a good thing in terms of the contract of, between the weird and society, basically.
Why should it be so difficult for trans people to live as their authentic selves?
Because we live in a society, that's why. Because again, like, there's society as a whole, and there are norms in society, and we can't just live only thinking about what we want, especially as outliers in society.
Do you think the majority of people is transphobic?
Majority of people are transphobic? Like, in what way? Like, how would you define it?
Like, do you think that, like, the majority of people is, like, uncomfortable with the existence of, like, trans people and them being able to, like, change their name and whatnot?
I think, okay, if I'm being honest, with the current implementation, I think there are a lot of people. I think that has risen due to the implementation, due to the implementation of new rules of, like, kind of self ID and things like that. I think that number has gone up because a lot of people are seeing a lot of crazy shit happening, right? Like a good example for you is the trans sports thing, for instance, right? Like, I don't think people cared that much until, like, that happened, and then there were things that happened with kids, and, like, people just didn't like that. And I think once it hit that point, people were like, okay, you know what, maybe that's too much. And I think there was just I don't know. What do you think about that first before I go on?
I think a lot of it is, like, artificially created, like, outrage farming, and it's like a boosting of rare instances, and thinking that this is, like, all of the trans community. Oh, they're all coming for your children because, like, 5 years ago there was a drag queen who did something bad. Now it's like anytime there's, like, a drag queen around kids, it's like, oh, this is sexual, this is bad, this is, like, like, a lot of it is just, like, artificially boosted, and I think we need to, like, make progress in society instead of, like, going back to a time of, like, Nazi Germany where you had, like, trans medicalism even further.
I gotta push back on that because I feel like for instance, like, let's just take trans sports for an example. I feel like that does impose on society a lot.
How?
How? Because there's a physical difference between cis men and cis women. Huge difference.
Sure,
It's
what
like
is
not
the
even close.
difference between a cis man and a cis woman?
A massive amount of strength, fast twitch muscle fibers, lung capacity. Like, it's not even close.
What causes these differences?
The physical capability of men and cis men is just through the roof. It's like not even close.
What is causing these differences in physical strength?
It's a combination of secondary sex characteristics, as well as just growth within that, basically. Bone density, muscle mass, all of it is higher for men. Not even close.
What is causing this? Like, I'm trying to get you to say that, like, the differences is caused.
Hormones?
Yeah.
So even if they are let's even if we accept your premise and we say that hormones do change that, the removal of said hormones don't actually immediately remove the effects. In fact, I don't think we even have studies that they do. That
We do.
Most of the physical effects actually. Did you have a study?
Sure. Man.
Sure. Can you look into me?
Okay. I mean, there needs to be
your study shows that the physical difference, like, completely zeroes out. Is that what you're saying?
It diminishes the results depending on, like, what you.
Well, I mean,
there's, like,
diminishes what does that mean? 8%, 10%. 50%, 90? Like, what does
Um,
that mean?
wait.
'Cause of course it's going to. It's of course it's gonna diminish a little bit, right? But my point is that the difference between men and women is so large that even with time, it still doesn't make up for it.
So I
And I'm
can
not
give
even talking
you,
about cases of self ID, which is a whole different thing.
if this is like actually like the right one, systematic
Yeah, send it
review
to
of
me.
the long-term effects of transgender hormone therapy on bone markers and bone mineral density and their potential effects on implant. Um, I gotta check which one it is. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so what I'm like trying to get you to is like the difference
Mhm.
in like upper body strength, for example, is caused by a human body going through like a testosterone dominant puberty, right? That is what causes this. So obviously, if you have gone through a testosterone dominant puberty and then you take testosterone blockers and a lot of like the advantages go away. You know, a lot of like the upper body strength is going away. But like, sure, maybe there's like
Oh, wh
still like
where does it
a
say
difference and
exactly in this
whatnot.
art? Let me look at this article. This is long-term effects
I
of
gotta
hormones
I gotta
therapy.
look for like the
Bone
right
markers
one.
and
There
bone
are like
mineral
a
density, which
few.
transfers based on the basis for understanding the potential implications of therapies.
There's one from like the US military, I think, actually, where they were talking about like performance in trans men compared to cis men and trans women compared to cis women after 1 year of HRT. And I'm trying to like
Mhm.
find this one.
Okay.
Uh
All right. Summary: systemic review of long-term hormone therapy and bone markers. Give me a second. Collision therapy slightly increases bone formation. Caution for implants. Wait. Oh, okay. This one that you sent me is about.
oh, I think this is the one that I meant.
This is about Isn't this about like
I think I sent you the wrong one. This one.
Isn't this about trans HRT stuff causing like osteoporosis sort of things? Isn't that what this is about?
This is
Uh,
basically about like if you have like testosterone dominant and then you go
18 years.
on HRT and you have like estrogen, like the advantage uh that comes from like testosterone is diminishing. But I think I sent you like the wrong study. I
Yeah, it
think
doesn't
the
say that in here. This is about like osteoporosis sort of stuff basically.
yeah,
It's talking
I
about
think I sent you
the
the wrong link. The new
Okay,
one
okay.
should be better. It's like
Got it,
actually
got it,
about
got it.
like
Let me
the it is the effects of gender affirming hormones and athletic performance in trans women and trans men, implication for sporting organizations and legislations. I think that is the one that I'm looking for.
give me a second. Let me take a look at it. I
Yeah.
don't know these studies, so you're gonna have to give me a second.
Yeah. If I can like show this.
Okay, to examine the fact that was not like we reviewed fitness tests and records of 29 trans. Therefore, we compared pre versus real trans women.
So the only problem that like I see with like these fitness tests and whatnot is because like these studies are incredibly small.
Yeah. I mean, even okay. So even in this study, right? Even with a diminishing, it's still what 12%
9%.
according to this thing. Yeah, it's still 12% better. That's a lot, especially when you're talking a lot of sports. You're talking about the highest level of optimization to the point where people wear different shoes and different swimsuits in order to gain a advantage, right? So, those swimsuits, those shoes, they give you like 1% to 5% advantage. We're talking 12. So even the study that you're citing
That
is
is
still
for
12%.
that's for
Really
push-up and
high.
sit-up differences.
Yeah, huge.
The
That's huge.
push-up and sit-up differences disappeared, but transform was still 12% faster. So like
Yeah,
there's a loss in
12%.
it. Yeah, running
It's a
speed.
lot though. 12% is still a lot. That's crazy. Like
Running.
like
Sure, but
if
like
if I were
okay,
playing a game
wait.
and I said you get
Wait.
12% more damage, like that's crazy. It's
Do
a
you think
lot.
every sport relies on like how fast you run?
I mean, no, this example is only that. So if you have
No,
another
no,
one
no, no,
for
no.
if you have
Wait.
a
It
mm,
says the
go ahead.
push-up and sit-up differences disappeared.
No, it's still but trans women were 12% faster. So
Sure.
12%.
Yeah, but like does every
Yeah, that's my point.
the thing is
Yeah.
like does every sport rely on like speed?
Do you have another study that it talks about a difference that talks about something else? Like
What?
like
No, no,
like
no. Wait.
lifting.
Okay,
In fact, I would
push-up.
think lifting would be worse actually.
The thing is like when it comes to like push-ups and whatnot, like what muscles do you use? You use upper body strength, which is like
Uh-huh.
something that like testosterone obviously boosts.
Yeah, do you have another study? Because I'm talking about this study. This
Yeah,
study
but it
specifically
says
says that it's
before
12%
it says
faster.
the push-up and sit-up differences disappear. No?
No. They disappeared. What does it say after disappeared? Can you read it for me? Read the whole thing. So let's read it together, okay? After
Sure.
2 years of taking feminizing hormones, the push-up and sit-up differences disappeared. What's after that?
The trans women were still 12% faster.
But trans women were 12% faster. So 12%.
Sure, but the
Yeah,
push-up and sit-up
huge.
differences disappeared.
No.
Yes.
I see. Let's see. Let
Yeah.
me read it. Let me read it. 12% faster, and there's a 12%, but push-up and sit-up differences disappeared. Prior to gender-forming hormones, trans men performed 43%. Okay, trans men performed 43% fewer push-ups and ran 1.5 trans men. After 1 year of taking masculine hormones, there was no longer a difference in push-up and run-up times. The number of steps performed in 1 minute by trans men exceeded 15 summary, a 15 to 31% athletic partner declined. However, trans men saw a 9% faster mean time with a 1 year period of testosterone percentage recommended by World. So what you're saying though is that trans women could do sports that are related to muscle mass
So,
and not
okay, what I'm kind of
speed.
like
Any
getting at.
so would you ban it then? Would you ban all sports? So even if I were to accept the premise of like this part, right? So let's just say it's true.
So,
Let's just say what you said is true. Would you be okay with banning them from all speed related sports then?
okay, what I'm trying to like initially
Mhm.
actually like get to
Mhm.
is the
Mhm.
fact that like the differences are caused by a human going through male puberty. So if a trans woman as a kid didn't go through male puberty, they wouldn't have like these advantages that you're like trying to use in order to
Mhm. Mhm.
basically
Yeah, I'm against it for different reasons. I'm against the child thing for different reasons.
what do you
You want to go
mean?
into that? I'm against it for different reasons. The so just because I think that if you were to change the hormones early enough, it would then reduce it would reduce the physical advantage. That doesn't mean I think it's a good thing to do. So I'm against the premise in the first place.
So you want like a trans woman to go through male puberty before going through second puberty?
Sorry, go through. I don't think that people should be able to transition until they're 18.
So you want
Perfectly 21, but.
So you
I don't
want
make
a
the rules.
trans woman, a trans girl, to go through male puberty before then going through a second puberty? And
Yes,
then you're
unfortunately.
using these differences caused by male puberty in order to like other and like ban them from
Yes. Well, no,
sports.
I'm not othering them. I'm saying that they're.
Yeah, it's
Well,
othering.
I'm not. Is it really othering them to say that there's a physical advantage? I don't really think that's like othering them.
I mean, in what way?
What do you mean that way?
Caused by male puberty, the advantage, right?
Yes.
So it would be
So yeah,
useful if.
they have an advantage. Yes, but I'm against it for other reasons that are unrelated to sports.
Do you think like intersex women who have like an influx in testosterone should be banned from women's sports as well?
That's an interesting one. But let's say I said yes. Let's just for the sake of argument, I said, "Oh no. Fine. They can play." But then it doesn't apply to trans people then, right?
What do you mean?
Let's say that they said, "Oh, the point 0 point whatever percent of intersex women," like we say, "Sure. Why not?" But then for that's different from trans. What if they said that? Would you be okay with that? 'Cause that would solve your issue with
Do you
intersex people,
think
right?
there are like less intersex people than there are trans people?
Um, yes. I think so. Am I wrong?
It's pretty even though, right? It's still like 1% of the population.
It also depend, right? There's like different intersex has a lot of different
1.7 up to 1.7% is like the
manifestations basically.
estimation.
Sorry.
And the percentage of trans people
I'm
in
gonna
the
look into
world
this article.
is
I wanna know how
1%.
they got the I wanna know how they got this data. Give me a second.
The thing is, like, hormones are kind of tricky, right? Like, your hormone level can be impacted by a lot of things, actually. Like, it can be
Give me
influenced
one second.
by, like, even the altitude where you live. It can change through your diet and so on. Like, I think it's like going into like a very it's going in a very difficult direction when you talk about like advantages, because like, do you think like
Mhm.
someone like Michael Phelps should be banned from competing because he's built like a dolphin?
Well, it's the difference between the difference between men and women is significantly higher than the difference between like different men,
You're comparing
basically.
cis men to cis women when you should be comparing trans women to cis women.
The difference is still very large. Like I still think even in that case, according
In
to the
which
study that you
sports?
cited, 12% is still a lot.
In which sports?
Okay, so if we were to accept that premise that
Hmm.
it only affected speed sports, then would you ban trans women from all speed sports? So even if I were to say like, okay, fair enough, let's ban trans women from all speed sports, and then they can join the other ones. Would you be okay with that?
So, do you think that like a trans woman should be able to compete in speed sports if she isn't 12% faster than the average cis woman?
Sorry, keep saying again. Sorry, I was like looking into that study that you
Are you
cited.
saying that like a trans woman should be able to compete in speed sports if she isn't 12% faster than the average cis woman?
No, because it's averages, right? That on average, on average, the trans women are just 12% fast, or I guess faster, 12% faster, just on average.
Sure, so like a trans woman who isn't 12%
There's a
faster.
12% buff. Think of it as a 12% buff. It's a 12% buff for being trans, which is a significant advantage in sports, especially speed sports, where again, like I said, they're hyper optimized, right?
Would you ban me from competing in speed sports? I'm slow. I'm you know. If
Yes,
there was
yes,
like
for
a
logical consistency, yes.
you would ban me even if I wouldn't like outperform
Yes,
this woman.
yes, for logical consistency.
So it's not about like actually the advantage.
It is. It is because you still have an advantage. You might just suck at it, but
Do you
women
think
suck too.
yeah, but then you would basically say that like anyone who is on average
Yes.
faster than the average cis woman should be banned.
By default, due to the configuration of your body of what it used to be, you have a 12% advantage according to your study. In a realm where people win from 1% faster, people win from, like what are the like let me look here at the
So if you look at like statistics of like I don't know women of color outperforming white women on average, do you think that it would
mm-hmm.
be like fair if there was like the conclusion that women of color are 12% faster than white women, that they should
No,
be banned?
because our lines are the lines that we're drawing are gender based. So no. Right? Like we're not considering that and like anomalies. Obviously there's going to be like also women who are just, from a family line that's just like stronger, right? Or faster. What I'm saying is that the differences in between men and women, again, as according to your own study, is a 12% buff basically across the board. Unless you're saying the study isn't good, then then it's not good,
I
right?
mean, it's a small sample size, so I think
Mm-hmm.
there needs to be like a better
Did you
study
want
in
to throw
order
that
to
out
like
there?
actually like study the long-term effects and whatnot, and also like the changes that like come from a trans woman not actually going through male puberty, but instead like actually transitioning early on. The sample sizes are just small. It's like really difficult.
So okay, okay, so let's say I accepted that premise, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say hypothetically,
Yeah.
we accept your premise and that trans this has nothing to do with how I feel about trans kids. This is the hypothetical. Say I said in this hypothetical, trans kids, okay. If you transition before the age of I don't know, 10, then then sure.
I mean,
You
you
can you
wouldn't.
can participate in women's sports, but everyone else, nope. Mm-mm. Past 10, nope. Are you
I
okay with that?
mean, when does puberty start?
I don't
10 would be like precocious puberty, no? That's where you would get like puberty blockers so to
So
delay
let's
it
say
until you're
8
like
then. Let's say
12
8
or
then.
something.
Let's say 8. Let's just go like maximum. Let's just go 8. So like say they get whatever blockers at 8. For sure 100%. The it 100% they don't have any male puberty, right? And if I said that was okay, sure. But we ban literally everyone else. Anyone else. 9 years old, 10 years old, 11, 12 banned for life. Are you okay with that?
I mean, the
Because that's
average.
the issue, right? That's what you're bringing up, right? You're bringing up, well, what about 8-year-olds? Okay, fine. What if I give you that, but we ban everyone else? You okay with that?
So it is obviously like difficult for me to like find a balance. And I don't know enough about like in general, there aren't like enough studies with like decent sample sizes in order
Let's
to like.
let's assume this is all true.
Mhm.
Let's assume that it is true that for the sake of argument, let us assume that it is 100% true that trans women are 12% faster. Let's assume that the study is correct. Under that assumption in this meta world, would you agree with banning all trans people if we say, okay, puberty never touched you? Fine, you can play. Everyone else, banned 100% because of the advantage. Because you said that,
But then you would have to
what
be
about
like
people that
logically
haven't had it?
consistent. Then you would
I am
be
being
like
logically
anyone
consistent.
who is faster than the average should be banned.
No, 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 no. It's a buff. So the average is across, like, there's average for men and there's average for women. There's going to be people that are below average, both in men and women. According to the study, being trans is like a 12% buff of speed
I mean, that's not what it
against women.
means.
I mean, that's what it said. It's 12% faster, right? That's what the study says. So if we say that the people that have that biological advantage due to male puberty,
So,
we just eliminate all of those people from being able to play in sports. Everyone
so
else can
in the
join.
summary, it actually, I'm going to
Mhm.
like read the whole paragraph. The
Okay.
15 to 31% athletic advantage that trans women displayed over their female counterparts prior to starting gender affirming hormones declined with feminizing therapy. However,
Hmm.
trans women
Declined.
still had a 9% faster mean run speed after the 1 year period of testosterone suppression that is recommended by World Athletics for inclusion in women's
Oh wait,
events.
where's that?
It is in the
I just brought up
summary.
in the summary. Still had the 9% faster mean run. Well, yeah, so there's still an advantage. It doesn't really matter whether or not the World Athletics Association says that it's okay or not. There's still a 9% advantage. That would just be appealing to authority, right? I'm saying that trans women have a cheat. 9%, 9% buff. Even according to the lowest statistics in here, it would be 9%. That's still a lot. Again, if you're talking speed sports, like we're talking like fraction of a second victories that occur in this world records being set on the fraction of a second.
So the thing is, like, okay, the average running speed for recreational adult is around 8 to 12 kilometers per hour or 5 to 7.5 miles per hour. This varies significantly by gender and fitness level. Men typically have a higher average speed than women, running around 9.4 to 10.6 kilometers per hour, while women average 8.4 to 9.6.
I mean, it says here in,
Uh,
in, in the study, I mean, it says straight
Elite
up right there,
sprinters can
even at the
reach
lowest,
speeds over
9%.
30 kilometers per hour, while younger runners are generally faster due to more speed and endurance. The well-trained older runners can maintain their pace. So,
Yeah, I mean, it says 9%, right? I mean, it just straight up says right there. I mean, 9%, 9% faster mean run speed. That's like the lowest, right? That's not taking the 12% figure.
when it comes to
Like, there's two different
46
figures here
trans
for some reason.
women in the United States Air Force.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we could totally say that this is a bonk study. I mean, I'm totally fine with saying that, but I mean, I guess I mean, let's assume for the question, let's assume that it's
I mean,
true that
so
there is a 9%. If there is a 9%, if that is true, if we assume that that's true, right? And of course, if that's not true, then all of this gets thrown away. But if we assume that that's true, and we allowed non trans girls that haven't been touched by hormones, we allow them to participate in the sports, would you agree with banning everyone else?
so the problem that I have with like this study is that it went for 1 year, and we do not know
Hmm.
how further the differences diminish after 2 years,
Yes,
right?
but hypothetically, let's assume that that's true.
I mean,
Just for the sake
okay,
of
there are a
argument.
lot of like hypotheticals, and I
That's how
don't
you
want to
discuss
like
philosophy.
I just like don't want to
Well,
like always like
yeah.
assume and like base
Well,
that
if it's
like things are
wrong,
like true and
well, if
whatnot.
it's
It's like,
wrong, then you would change your mind. Then we would change our minds, right? Because
would
if
you?
it's proven in the future wrong, yeah, yeah. If it's proven wrong in the future, we'll change our minds about it. I'm trying to see like what would you think if this was true, right? Because that way you can come to a conclusion as to how you would feel about this
The
if it
thing
were
is
true.
like my issue when it comes to like these things is like
Uh huh.
obviously when you're taller, when you have like, longer legs, you probably
Hmm.
run faster than someone with shorter legs. So would you ban
Yes.
someone, a cis woman who
N-
is
no. No, because we're going off gender lines specifically.
So like you
We're
don't
going off of
actually like
generalized
care about
statistics.
like, you know, tall women being, I don't know, 10% faster
No,
on average
it's
than
basically
short
women,
women.
all women. And I'm even including trans women in this, and the trans women have the advantage by 9%, according to the lowest statistics on the study. So, assuming that trans women have a buff that makes them 9% faster just by being trans across all, like you take all women, you put all women into a box, and you take all trans women, you put all trans women into the box. The trans women have a 9% buff. If they have the same background, they have the same training, same genetics, I mean, as close as it can be genetically. The trans woman is 9% faster, right? That's if you were to separate them, it would be 9% faster. This entire group. Would you be okay with banning them if we have the carve out for you for the people that are untouched
I don't
by
understand
the
why
female puberty?
trans women need to be banned, but like cis women with an unfair
Mhm.
advantage, they shouldn't be banned.
Well, because it's under. I mean, why have women's sports? Like, should we have women's sports? Do you think women's sports should be a thing?
Oh,
Like, should we just have like no women's sports and just like everybody free for all?
I mean, mixed sports exist. The thing is like I'm
Mhm.
just like thinking about like the
So
you're
real quick.
basically
Mhm.
using like the instance of like, oh, they went through male puberty, but now they're like suppressing the testosterone, so the results, like the physical strength and
Y-
whatnot, is like diminishing. But you're still using the
yes.
fact that they went through male puberty in order to like keep them
Even if
out
it
of
diminishes,
like do we see
according to
actually like trans women dominate in like like sports?
yes, yes.
Do you have like a like something on that?
Yeah, what was her name? Leah Thomas? What was that her name? Leah Thomas.
I mean, you're
Yes,
using like
Leah Thomas.
one. She came in fifth, no?
Fifth in one thing and first in the other. But if you look at the differences, so here I'll be completely honest. I actually have the statistics here for you.
Mm-hmm.
Um, where did I put that? I actually saved that somewhere. So we got. And I also have like other
Examples.
I also have other examples, yeah, but just using Leah Thomas for
Do
example,
you
like
have like
this
a
statistic isn't
statistic
completely true.
like
So,
where it just like
Leah
says
went
a
from
number?
460th among male swimmers to 5th as a female, and then I think it was 59th to 1st. So there was like a drastic shift, right, in their capability, the ranking amongst their ranking. It was 460th, I think, to 5th is the first one, and I think that was in the uh I wrote that. It's 460th male to 5th place in the let me just look it up. I'm just gonna look it up. Give me a second.
So the problem is you're saying that like um in the men's category she was like 400th or something, right?
460th. Here we go. Okay.
The
So
problem is
460th to 5th in the 200-yard freestyle, and then it was 65th to 1st in the 500-yard freestyle.
the thing is like you're kind of you're using the number um
Mhm.
where she dropped you when she started HRT. She was actually like a like 6th fastest in the men's 1000 freestyle. He was also ranked 49 in men's 1650 and 98 in men's 500.
Yes, but I mean that's still quite a difference, right? Like even if like using the 65 to 1, that's like still a
So
lot. A
the
huge
thing
ranking
is,
increase. How much did David win by in that? I mean, um, oh,
which one was it that she won?
that was the let's see here.
The
That would be
500
the 500
yard?
yard freestyle of the 2022 NCAA championships. Yeah.
Okay, so
1.5-second win.
she used to be 98th in men's 500.
Hmm. And those are all like sub 10 now, right? That's crazy. That's a huge jump.
Mm-hmm.
Again, because the reason being is that races are usually determined by like seconds, right?
So she used to
Because like
be like in her
they're
sophomore
hyper
year.
optimized.
In her sophomore year, she was ranked number 2 in the Ivy League's men's 500, 1000, and 1650. So she was like a top swimmer in the men's before starting HRT, and then she dropped. And
I mean, here's a comparative one. I mean, again, this is the comparative, the 65 to 1. That one is a fact. That one's like everyone knows that, right? That's like verifiable.
wait, which
That
one?
Leo
Can you
went
repeat
from
that?
60 the 2022 NCAA, that would be the 500-yard freestyle,
Hmm.
went from 65th to 1st.
Because she competed while on HRT in the men's, and that's why she dropped.
Hmm. But again, even then, like I said, like assuming there's a 9% difference. I'm gonna go back to it. Assuming there's a
Wait,
9% difference. Yeah, go
wait.
ahead.
Okay, so
Uh-huh.
obviously, if you are in the men's category, and you start HRT and you
Mhm.
suppress your testosterone, obviously you're not going to outcompete men anymore. This is why she moved into the women's category after like a year or 2 years or whatnot.
Yes, but again,
And now she's
9% faster
dominating
against women
again.
at the lowest. At the lowest. Well, no, not really. I mean, dominating way harder. Like it's not even close. Like 65 to like first place. That's not even like close.
No. Wait.
That's a lot. That's
You're
huge.
still using the place where she placed while on
Yeah.
HRT in the men's.
Hmm.
She
Yeah.
competed in the men's category while transitioning medically and being on testosterone suppressant. Obviously, you're not going to like finish high when you're on testosterone blockers.
When did they transition?
Um,
But like I said, like all of this is kind of like beside the point. I
no, no,
want to
no.
get back to the
It's
9%
really
thing.
important. It is very
Okay, go ahead.
important.
Well, I mean, hypothetically, again, like, would you be against it if we could prove it? If we could prove, like, assuming we prove that it's 9%. Again, like, we can go back and forth on data.
Okay,
I'm
Thomas
not really
started
interested in
HRT
data.
May
I'm
of
interested in philosophy.
2019. So, okay.
I'm interested in the philosophy, not the data, which is why, because
No,
we're gonna
it's
go back and forth on data.
the
You're gonna
thing is
come up
like,
with data. I'm gonna come up with data.
sure,
I'm gonna have
it's very
counterpoint data. You're
important
gonna have
though. You're
okay,
using
okay,
Leah
go
as an
ahead.
example, right? Like, okay, I can
Well,
tell
no,
you.
because I gave okay, the only reason I brought up Leah, so that's actually incorrect. The only reason I brought up Leah was because you said that it doesn't happen, and you said it doesn't happen. Prove that it did, and then I did. That's why I
Yeah,
brought up
and I'm
Leah.
explaining
But
to
that's
you
not
how your
yes,
numbers are
but
like
that's not what I was
wrong.
asking.
You're drawing the wrong
This is a completely
conclusions
different.
using these numbers, right?
This is a completely
You're
different
using the
thing that I'm asking
65th
about.
to first as an example, but like the problem
Yes,
is
but
obviously she was on HRT at the time, but she used to be
mhm.
number 2 during her sophomore year. She was number
Okay.
2
So
in
can
the
you
Ivy
prove
League's men's. And then she started
in where?
HRT. Then she dropped down because she didn't have like testosterone
Where's
for
that?
like upper.
Can you send me that?
Um, wait,
I'll just look it up. I'll look it up. Wait, would you say so? Was Lena Thomas?
Ivy's League 500 sophomore year.
I'm looking it up.
there's this report. Wait, let me see. Oh, this is gone. Oh, perfect. This doesn't exist anymore. God damn it. Okay, never mind this.
In sports, high ranking I'm for being a top 30 to 65 in our best of events as a male to the number one swimmer as a female. Ranking 60. I don't see this one that you. I mean, these are all college events, right? You got the 500-yard free 65, 200-yard free 554, and then the 1650-yard free 32nd. Yeah. Jumped. Okay, so here's a change. Okay, so in the 500-yard free, Leah ranked 65th as a male, jumped 64 spots to number one. In the 200-yard free, was ranked 554th, jumped 550 spots when joining the female events, and then 1650-yard free, 32nd rank, jumped 24 spots. But this is all kind of irrelevant to my point from earlier.
What is your point again?
Which I still kind of want to answer on it. I said, if it's true, if the data is true, assuming it's true, and again, if it's wrong, then we can't hold you against it. The data's wrong. But let's assume that there's a 9% difference, then would you be okay with it? With banning trans women from women's sports, from cis women's sport, I guess, however you want, women's sports in general, if they did not, if they did have puberty, basically male puberty, would you ban them? If the 9% figure is correct, assuming so.
I mean, it's still like an average, right? You're
No, it's
assuming
not,
that
because even
every
amongst the averages,
wait,
like I
wait,
said,
wait. You're assuming that every trans woman has a 9% advantage over cis women.
yes, that's what the study says. The study says this is a 9% increase, basically.
So if there was
Obviously,
like a
there would
study
be
saying
the
that like
average.
women of color are 9% better than white women, you
Yeah,
would say that like all women
sure.
of color need to be banned.
Well, no, because we're running this by gender lines. It's not by racial lines.
Yeah,
Right? It's,
but like trans
okay.
women are
So let me
women.
ask you then.
So like
Let me ask you then. Why do we have? Should we have women's sports, or should we ban them?
why do you believe that me saying like trans women should be allowed to compete in women's sports means that I want
No,
to
I'm asking
abolish
you.
women's
No, it
sports?
has nothing to do with that. I'm not assuming what I'm not assuming what you think. I'm asking you, should we have women's sports as a category?
Sure.
Why?
I mean, a lot of it has to do with I mean, it kind of depends in like which sport it is, right?
Mhm.
Obviously, there are differences caused by testosterone when it comes to like physical sports. Um, there is a lot of like hostility when it comes to like men competing against women in, for example, like chess or whatnot, right?
Mhm.
Lot of reasons.
That there should be women's sports is like
Yeah.
the physical. So it has nothing to do. You think it has nothing? The reason that we should have women's sports has nothing to do with the physical differences between men and women.
I did say that there are differences caused by testosterone.
Okay, so wouldn't that be the same thing with trans women?
They
Again,
compete when being on HRT though.
according to our hypothetical, yeah, yeah. So in the hypothetical, I would say I will concede, and I will allow all trans girls who didn't transition, who sorry, didn't have male puberty,
Mm-hmm.
allowed. Everyone else banned due to the difference in physicality. Would you accept that?
Would you then advocate
Is
for
what you
puberty
said, right?
blockers and HRT for trans girls?
You know what? Sure. Let's say in your hypothetical, like let's hypothetically say that I said yes. Then in this scenario, would you be like, okay, you didn't transition on time, too bad.
So you would
Like, you
like
decide that you find out you're trans at like age 20, too bad, banned.
the problem that I have still is that
Mhm.
there are obviously not enough like studies and whatnot when it comes, or like good enough sample sizes when it comes to
Yes, assuming what
how
we're assuming it's true. Like,
yeah.
we're in the hypothetical, we're assuming that it's true
Are
for
we
the
are we
sake of philosophical
assuming
discussion.
are we assuming that a trans woman who has been on HRT for 2-3 years still has like an unfair advantage over cis women?
Yes, according to our hypothetical, the 9% is still active even after 2 to 3 years.
Would
And that,
you
yeah, let's assume that.
would you ban any type of woman that has an unfair advantage over other women then?
No, no, because it's on gender lines, right?
Why?
Again, we go back to like why is there women's sports in the first place? We go back to that argument then, right? Like, why is there women's sports?
I don't think you understand my argument.
Okay, can you explain it to me?
So okay, if you have the average in like height, for example, right? Let's say like women's basketball, you know that like
Mhm.
tall women are performing better at basketball than short women. Should at like a certain level, at like a certain height, cis women be banned because they're just too tall, and it creates like an unfair advantage over the average woman?
No, because, well, according to that logic, then shouldn't we have tall people sports, tall women's sports, short women's sports?
I mean,
Like,
that's like your argument, right? Because you're talking about like
why do we have
biological
women's sports?
differences.
Why do we have women's sports?
Why do we not have like tall women's sports?
I mean, do you want to have that? I guess is that your answer? Is that we should
I
split all
mean,
sports according to.
in your hypothetical, you're saying, okay, let's exclude this type of woman because of unfair biological
Yes,
advantages, but
because
not
the
this
line
other
is by
type of
gender.
woman for
Yes, because the
bio.
line is by gender, not by other differences. And again, the differences um are large in terms of cis women and trans women. 9% according to our
When it comes to speed,
our argument.
do you think like trans
Yes.
women should be
So
banned
speed.
from chess
Okay.
then?
Okay. Only speed sports. Only speed sports. Like, just everything else, only speed sports. Speed related sports banned.
So you're still like assuming that like every trans woman is going to outperform every cis woman.
Yes. Because in the hypothetical, there is a 9% increase in speed across the board. It is a 9% buff on top of any other tall, short, all of that. Controlled for all of that. There's a 9% increase for trans women.
I'm still kind of like confused because you're saying you're
Okay.
basically like
Okay.
using.
Okay. So in group A,
I think we're
we
kind
have
of like
all
going in
women,
a circle because of like the
all cis women. Okay. Let me make this. There's two boxes. In box A, all cis women exist in box A. Okay. In box B, all trans women exist in box B. On average, if you average all of it, box B is 9% faster. We draw the sports along gender lines. So because we do that, the trans women have a large advantage over cis women. All of cis women and all of trans women there's a 9% speed advantage for trans women. So, and that is due to hormones like we've talked about. So, if you control for that and you say only the trans women that were affected by male hormones, those are the only ones we're talking about. Those are banned.
So the problem is that you think that like every trans woman has a 9% buff over cis women, which is like not how it works.
I- it's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical based. It's a hypothetical
Yeah,
based
but
on the
like
study
that's
that
that's
you
just like
brought up.
not how the numbers work. So it's just like the hypothetical doesn't make sense. I'm like kind of confused because you could say that like intersex women who have like an influx in testosterone are 9% faster on average than cis women, so they should also be banned. So you're just, but you do not have
Okay,
problems with
in our
that.
thing,
So it's really frustrating for me because you're trying to like
let's
find a
assume there's no
justification
intersex women.
to,
Let's assume there's no intersex
yeah,
women. Let's
but
just
they
assume for the
exist.
hypothetical that they don't exist.
in
For the
in your
hypothetical,
hype
they don't.
Yeah, in your hypothetical, it's not like reality based, so it's like really
It's
difficult.
not. It's not because we're discussing philosophy. We're trying to
Yeah,
test
but you have
if
to.
you care about we're trying to test if the nine if so you claimed that your issue with it is that trans kids wouldn't be afforded the chance. That was the argument made. So I'm isolating that issue to see if that's truly what you believe.
What do you mean?
Um we can move on to a different topic. I'm
Yeah,
okay with that.
I I'm just like I wanna I wanna argue reality based and not hypothetical of a hypothetical of a
You,
hypothetical
you
where
have
like
you have
trans
to
women are like some
so
superpower and like cis
when it
people are like some weak force that like the trans people are like
when
domineering over.
when it comes to philosophy, you have to discuss hypotheticals. That's how you so when you're discussing philosophy, you might have fact against fact, and then you're just gonna keep going, well, my source says this, your source says this, my source says this, my and you never really find out what anybody believes. The reason for the hypothetical is to isolate the ideology so that you can understand why you believe what you do and make an ideological statement that is rooted in a consistent philosophy.
Sure, but then you need to be consistent with your argument because then you could say
Mhm.
that like on average the woman is, I don't know, 5'7", but there are women who are very tall, and there are sports where tall women are obviously performing better. Volleyball, like,
Uh-huh.
I don't know, they are, you know, like 5'11",
So
6 feet and whatnot.
why does it matter?
So
Why does it matter if they're a kid? If they're a kid that hasn't had male puberty, why does it matter?
I mean, I'm just like talking in general is like you're trying to like justify excluding one type of woman, but you do not understand why when I say that
There's a
like,
reason behind it.
what
The
is your
reason for it's
reason?
biological, the biological advantage, which you brought up
Tall women have
in
a
your study.
biological advantage.
Uh-huh. But what I'm saying is controlled across all of it. You took all women, you put them in the box, all women, all cis women. You took all trans women, put them in the box, varying heights, varying weights, varying muscle, whatever, all of that. 9% more speed in the trans camp due to hormones.
You
So
cannot
obviously
assume
there's going to
that
be
based on a
differences in
sample
people.
size of 46 trans women.
So are you saying that study sucks and we should just throw it away then? Because I'm not the one who brought up the study. You brought up the study. So do you want to retract the study basically as evidence? Like completely. Like that study is
The
bonk and it
study
just like never
shows
happened.
the study shows that like being on HRT diminishes the benefits that you have of like after like 1 year, like drastically reduces the advantages that you have.
So
Obviously, it is not a
do
perfect
you want to
study.
accept the study? So is the study going to be so is the study bonk or is the study good? What is it? Which is it? Is it because it can't be both, right? Like we can't just say like, well, that stat is good. I like
You
that one. We're
can,
gonna keep that one, and all the other stats we're gonna remove them. So is the study good or not? Like, are we accepting that like into um uh, our argument? Like, are we saying like let's assume that the study is true for the sake of argument, or are we saying we're throwing it away?
It is beneficial for you to like understand the diminishing effects of
Yes, but you just said it
feminizing
was bonk.
homotherapy, but it is
Yeah,
not
but you said it was
enough
bonk.
to draw a conclusion where you can generalize the entirety of cis women compared to the entirety of trans women. That is just like not how it
You literally
works.
said,
The sample
hold on,
size is just too small.
yeah, so if the sample size is too small, then the entire thing is bonk, right? Is that what you're
You
saying?
no 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 wait.
Is it bonk or is it not?
The
Okay.
point that I'm like trying to make is that you see that initially, before starting HRT, you have an average 15 to 31% athletic advantage. Then you start HRT after 1 year, and this drastically drops to like 90% when it comes to speed, but not when it comes to upper body strength.
Yes or no, is the study valid or invalid?
It is not enough to
Should we
draw a
should we
final conclusion about everything,
okay, so
and there
it's
needs
bonk
to be
then. So we
more
should just
data.
ignore it then. So
No,
it's
you
invalid
shouldn't.
in terms of data.
No, you shouldn't
So
ignore
why
it.
is it okay,
You can take information from
uh-huh,
it, but you cannot use it in
okay.
order to like justify banning trans people.
Wait, what? But you're using it to justify not banning trans people.
No, I'm explaining to you that the biological advantage between like men and women is caused by testosterone
Okay. So according to the study, right?
in general. There are multiple like I can tell you from my personal experience
Mhm.
if that
And
matters
what
to
if I
you.
tell you it's not? What if I say it's not?
Do you have like a study to prove that there's no reduction in performance when you take testosterone blockers?
That there's no reduction in wait, sorry. Can you repeat it?
That there's no reduction in athletic performance when you start testosterone blockers?
There's no reduction in performance when you take testosterone blocker. Yes, I have a study that says that there's a 9% bonus for trans women. I have a study that says that. Yes.
I mean, that's not.
Do you want it? Do you want it? It's the this one where it says this one is the medical records from the United States Air Force says that after 2 years of taking feminizing hormones, push-up and sit-up differences disappeared, but trans women were 12% faster. That's my study.
Can you just like keep reading?
Yeah.
Mm.
12% faster prior to gender affirming hormones. Prior to gender affirming hormones, trans men perform 43% fewer push-ups and ran 1.5 miles, but 15% slower than male counterparts. After 1 year of taking masculinizing hormones, there was no longer a difference in push-up and run times, but the number of sit-ups performed in 1 minute by trans men exceeded the average performance of their male counterparts. The 15 to 31%, in summary, athletic advantage that trans women displayed over their female counterparts prior to starting gender affirming hormones declined with feminizing therapy. However, trans women still had a 9% faster mean run speed after the 1 year period of testosterone suppression. That is recommended by the World Athletics for inclusion in women's events. Yes, that's a study I'm citing. 9%. That's my proof. Is this study?
Okay. So you
You
think
accept
in your
that?
hypothetical world you just want to ban trans women from speed related sports?
Well, I want to know what you think.
No, like
I want to know
we've
why
been
you think
talking
that.
about
I
what
want.
I think the entire time. I'm like very
Yeah,
curious about like what you think.
what do I think?
Yeah.
Well, for consistency, yes, we should go for consistency.
Okay. So
Hmm.
what about like other sports where you do not need to run fast or
It depends on the sports. I think ones where the difference between men and women aren't like too drastic, like say esports, for instance. Like I think that would be fine. It's more the physical advantage, right? It's like how wide the physical advantage is between men and women.
Would you
9% is a lot. Like, imagine if you did 9% more damage, like a MOBA, just for free. Just by mere existence, you dealt 9% more damage. Like, that's crazy. That's a lot of damage. That's kind of how it is for physical sports, right?
so what about like
Yeah,
darts?
you can argue there's a difference too in chess and esports, but I think that the difference is minimal compared to physical sports.
What
I think it
difference
would
is
be
there
an issue
between
of degree.
chess?
Well, it has to do with just kind of like aggressive mentality. I think it's I don't know. I actually don't know the answer to that. I'd have to do some research into that. I'm assuming it's the case. Maybe I'm
It
wrong
is being
on that specific one.
aggressive an advantage in chess?
It might be. I don't know. I don't play chess, so I don't really know. It is in video games though. 100%.
Being aggressive is an advantage in esports?
Yeah, hell yeah. It's huge. Especially shooting, like CS:GO and stuff like that. It's huge. Being aggressive is massive. Because then you put the enemy on you put the opponent on the defensive. So it's a huge deal to be aggressive.
Do you think
I
women
played a
are
lot of esports.
worse at playing terrorist in Counter-Strike than men?
Playing terrorist. You know, I want to make a joke, but I shouldn't. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. Not. But but probably. I mean, it's probably like small enough though to like not really matter. It's probably like again, it's a matter of degree, right? Like where I said 9% is like pretty huge, whereas like I think the difference is in it's probably not that high, and like maybe that I could be proven wrong, and then in which case I would say, okay, fair enough. The men have an advantage, so we should have women's esports. I'm very consistent with like my. I try to be at least. Sometimes I'm wrong.
I mean, okay,
Yeah, like
so
you convinced me earlier that that if I should just use your pronouns. Fair enough. I don't really care about it,
yeah,
so I'm willing to do it.
I appreciate that. I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
yeah, I was wrong
I'm
there.
just
I
like
was wrong
really,
there.
I'm just like really confused at like the stage of like, oh, men are
Mhm.
more aggressive, so that is like why trans women have an unfair advantage in esports. I'm a, I'm a little bit
What?
taken
Man,
aback at
wait,
this
no, no, no,
one.
no, 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 no. I meant
I'm,
men have an unfair advantage. Sorry, that was back. I don't know if you misunderstood me or something, or I said it wrong. Men have the unfair advantage in
yeah, yeah, yeah. So
esports, in my
like,
opinion.
so because men have an
But it's just
unfair
small enough.
advantage in esports because
Small.
they're more aggressive. So that is why trans women
Yeah.
shouldn't like they shouldn't compete in women's esports.
I think in esports, it's I think it's close enough that it doesn't really matter. I think you can have co-ed. There are some sports that are co-ed, right? Like, isn't shooting co-ed? I'm not sure. Is
Do
shooting
you think
co-ed?
trans women have like the same level of like aggression as cis men?
No. It might be if I were to guess, I'd say it's probably lower because I think that testosterone, like as far as I know, testosterone isn't like it is a factor that increases aggression. So I'd say probably it's probably lower for trans women. I'd say kind of, kind of on the I guess it's hard to gauge that, right?
I'm still really confused how it's like beneficial in esports to be more aggressive. I would
Well,
love
like
to
when
see
you're
a study
aggressive,
on that. I
okay.
would.
Oh, it's not. I don't really have a study, but like I can tell you anecdotally because I've played a lot of esports. Is that when you play aggressive, you put the other players on the defensive, and when you're on the they're the
Yeah, but
ones
like you
guessing what you're
don't.
doing.
I don't think you need testosterone in order to play aggressive.
Oh no, I didn't say that. I just said that men are probably more aggressive in general, which means that they'll probably tend to make more aggressive plays in general. So it would give men an advantage in
I feel
esports.
like that's a
But
very
I think
weird
I think
argument.
I think the difference is so minimal, it probably doesn't matter. Like I'm not really advocating for like, women's esports or anything like that. I think we should just have everybody playing the same esports. I think that the differences are minimal enough. Like we're not talking like a physical difference, which is like much larger. So I don't really care
Sure.
about it in that.
Did you want to
That way.
talk about like a different topic? I don't know if you wanted to talk about like the
Sure,
strop thing.
sure. We can talk about the straw thing.
Yeah.
So I guess we could start at
Can I rush to the bathroom quick?
So
Can you give me
Go
a
ahead.
okay? Give me a second.
Yeah. It's too late, Hewwo. I don't wanna put it up. I don't wanna, like, rearrange everything. Yo, I gotta go piss too. I'm gonna go piss. So tell Nora I went to go pee. Be right back.
Okay. Whew. Okay. Oh, Chad. How are you doing? All? It's getting late. I just wanted to like move on to like the next topic because if they went to the bathroom, okay. Ah, 9% faster than yeah. I agreed. I peed more aggressively. Yep. Oh my god. Okay. By the way, thank you for the bunch of follows and hits and stuff. I'm going to like catch up with everything later. But I just wanted to move on to the strap thing because like there's like a fundamental like misunderstanding.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
What's up? Did you have a nice pee?
Yeah. I think it was
It was
9%
great. It
faster.
felt really good.
How about you?
It was an amazing pee. It felt really good. It was great.
That's good.
One of the best pees I've ever had, actually.
I'm glad. I'm glad. You deserve to have a nice piece.
Thank you. I did. I deserved a good pee today, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's up? We're gonna talk about Straub next, right?
Yeah, so I did watch your
Okay.
videos. I didn't watch it like at the time when I saw the thumbnail. But I
Mhm.
I did watch it and
Okay.
I just sure. Go ahead.
Um, well, can you restate how you feel about what Straub said?
Um so the problem that I see is that you basically just showed this one tweet, and it basically like portrayed me as like being unreasonable because like it came out of nowhere, right? Because like why would I like say all these things when
So have you had a back and forth? Sorry, let me ask real quick. So you've had a back and forth with Straub outside of the context of that?
I have had
Okay.
there's like this altercation. I can like send you this tweet
Yeah, sure. Sure thing.
where Straub actually posted a huge message saying things like wait, let me show this. Showing things like gender affirming care for kids is wrong. Kids are also super vulnerable. They're impressionable.
You want me to read it for everyone, or
Do you want to fully read
are you
it?
good?
I just
I can read
want to like
it, or you can read it real.
look for like
Okay.
some parts.
Okay, go on.
There is the truth is many kids who feel gender dysphoria will grow out of it, which is like a debunked thing that is not correct. Talking about things like
Decent Smith has been debunked multiple times because the study was wrong. Which study?
the one from the Netherlands in 2021, which is like the one that she is like referring to.
What's it called? What is it called?
It is basically about like desistance.
Are you talking about I'm gonna guess that we are talking about the cast review. Isn't that United States? Or you mean there's like a...
No. That was like that is like in the thread you see her saying that like those who feel gender dysphoria will grow out of it. Studies like one from the Netherlands in 2021 say up to 80% of pre-pubertal kids with dysphoria end up comfortable with their birth sex by adulthood. So it's just like
the name of it.
I don't like she didn't like cite this one.
Is it Zucker or...
I would have to check.
But we can skip that topic if you want.
Sure.
Big on that one.
I'm just like mentioning that like there were like altercations of like going after me back then, and a huge one that I saw that I really struggled with is obviously the one about Blair White that she did, which was actually before the tweet.
Okay. Can you look at me that one just so I can see it?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Let me go to say Blair White. Oh, that's about Blair. This is the one. Oh, this one's...
Okay, this is the one where okay, Blair says so it's a thumbnail of Blair White. Blair says, "Yes, I'm trans. Yes, I'm Christian. My faith journey." And then you have Straub saying, let's pray for Blair. If he could transition this, if he could detransition, this would be so huge, not only for his life, but for so many others too. God wants him to embrace who he really is. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. So this is the one that you have a problem with. You want to talk about?
So this is like one of the main reasons why when Straub says I love and respect trans people, I have an issue with it.
Okay. We can talk about this. All right. So give me a second. So what is your assertion? Your assertion is that Straub is what?
Transphobic. And wanting...
Can you define transphobic?
So obviously like misgendering and like invalidating players' identity as like as a woman, and also saying like asserting basically that the identity goes against her god, her belief system, which means that in order to like be a good Christian, she needs to detransition because that is what God wants her to do.
So, God, my brain just blew up just now. I ADD hard. Sorry, I haven't slept.
Oh no, yeah,
So
it's good.
basically, it just- so you think that if you misgender a person, you hate them?
So the thing is like I kind of like I brought this up actually, and
Mhm.
I was saying quote unquote I
Transgender.
can't believe that Nyara would dare to say that Straub doesn't support trans adults and wants everyone to live according to her worldview. Darling Straub with like the screenshot, and she quote tweeted that with "No, you're right. Actually, I don't support it, and I don't wish it upon anyone." I've said
Okay.
what I believe. Adults are allowed to live how they want. That doesn't mean I have to support it or like it. I have a very normal opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, what Straub is saying that. So, do you think that you could disagree with somebody but have their best interest at heart?
Do
Do
you
you think
th-
that's impossible?
do you think that like left-handed people need to change and be right-handed because that is like my belief system? That like left-handed people
I
are
was actually one of
demons and
those.
they need
Actually,
to.
I was one of those. Actually, I was left-handed originally, and then basically, my dad basically taught me to be right-handed because it'd be easier for me society-wise.
You know
Now I'm
what's
ambidextrous. I'm kind of OP. I can use both hands now. I can eat chops. I can dual wield chopsticks. Do you know how many people can dual wield chopsticks? I can.
so
It's
I'm
a joke,
left-handed
but yeah.
too, and I actually like
Hmm.
as a kid I had someone try to also like teach me how to like force me to write with my right hand, despite it like
Hmm.
being unnatural and uncomfortable when it was sitting in my right hand.
Hmm.
Do you think that like
But
I should like still like
go ahead.
fundamentally change because like that is just like you know it is easier to fit
So
in with the society if I'm right-handed?
so so yeah, there might be there. So okay, I can understand where you're coming from. I understand that you think that they're doing that because that they hate that you're left-handed. But can't you see it from like a perspective of the person? Like, do you think it's possible for a person to say, well, I love my kid a lot, and a lot of things in this world are made right-handed. So there's more selection, right? So like if you wanted to buy things like gloves or I don't know, whatever else is right-hand, like
Scissors? Mm.
guns, scissors, all sorts of things are kind of made for to be right-handed, right? So can you imagine the scenario in which the parent makes that calculated decision, says, I love my child so much, I know it would be easier for them, it would be easier for their life if they were right-handed because then a lot more things in society would be easier for them. They'd be able to, have access to a lot more things. So I'm going to teach my kid to be right-handed. Can you see how that doesn't have anything to do with hating being left-handed?
Would you make the same argument about a kid being gay? Because it's so difficult to be gay in the society, they need to be like changed in order to like be straight or like, at least be content with like being in a gay with being in a straight relationship and like having to avoid gay relationships because of it?
Well, okay, so I definitely think that okay, so a lot of how do I word this? I think that societally it probably is easier if you're not gay, I think. Just in terms of uh things like marriage, things like children, things that kind of metrics that tend towards long-term happiness. I think so you could have an argument that if the kid says that they're gay and then the parent goes like, "Okay, well, you know what? Um maybe you're not gay. Let's just explore that for a bit." I don't really think that's necessarily hateful. Right, but obviously there comes a point where a person is very obviously like they can't change and that's kind of how they are. And then, then I think at that point, like, maybe if you force it a little bit too hard, it might be a little bit harsh, but I can still see how it comes from a place of love. Does that make sense?
I
So
feel
I
like
don't
you're
necessarily
justifying
ascribe
abuse right
malice to
now.
it. Really? How so?
Because you're saying that like fundamentally how you are is wrong according to society because it goes against the
No, it's
norm. This means that you need to change
y
and adapt in order to have it easier.
no. What I'm saying is that the parent could see that as being a yes, being an easier life, and so they would want to explore that option. And I don't think I don't think that that necessarily comes from a place of malice, right? I don't think it has to come from a place of like, I just fucking hate gay people, and if my kid is gay, I swear to God, it doesn't have to come from that place. It could come from um a position, right? Because it's kind of hard for us to judge like what people are thinking and their motives.
Do
And I try
you
not to ascribe malice to like everybody, you know? So it's like I think
do you think
at least I try to. I'm not
it's
perfect,
like
obviously, but
it's loving for parents to shove their queer kids into conversion camps where they're going to get electrocuted anytime they have gay thoughts because it's
wait,
so
electrocuted?
difficult?
What the fuck is that real?
Yeah.
Electrocuted?
Yeah.
Yo, Link, I want to see that shit.
Uh,
Electrocuted? Is Hassan running this camp?
I'll give you this. Gay conversion therapy. Man given electric shocks demands apology. Huh? A gay man who went through months of
Where is
electric
this?
shock therapy in a university psychology department 50 years ago
Oh,
has demanded an
this is
apology.
50 years ago.
Sure,
But
but
yeah,
like,
I mean,
is that what you
obviously,
should bring
sure,
back?
sure, that's bad. Yeah, that's bad.
Should you
I
like should
think,
you bring back
hey, if you
this type
can't
of
shock the dog, you
treatment?
can't shock the person. Okay, if you can't shock the dog, you can't shock the person. I think, fair enough, fair enough. I think in that case is a little bit fucked. But that's
Is
kind of like an
that
outlier. Let's assume that this place that we're talking about, they're not shocking people. It's just like you go there, you try to figure yourself out, and then maybe you're like, I'm still gay as fuck, and then you just leave, and then
so? Do
I
you
don't think there's a
think
problem with that.
do you think gay people can be quote unquote fixed to be straight?
Well, no, I mean, I honestly, I don't really know. I mean, there might be like some bi people or some people like because I feel like not everyone is like completely gay or completely straight. There's probably like some kind of variation to that, right? But like for instance, like going back to the trans issue, I would say if you could, like, if you were trans, but you were like, and I've had friends like this, by the way, who told me that they're trans, and then they basically decide to live with it, or I'm just they're just
So
gonna
they
live,
are repressing because it's too difficult to transition in society. Huh? Is that what you're like getting at?
or they're just okay with it, like they're just okay with it, right? Because there's different reasons, right? Like for some people, like perhaps it's not as bad for them. And, I will admit that there are people that have really bad dysphoria, like they have to do it,
Oh,
otherwise they're just everything's
I
like,
just got sent a recent example.
oh, recent one, okay.
Yeah, sure. Chinese trans woman awarded thousands over forced electroshock conversion therapy hopes for change.
Yeah, this
Transgender
is
woman in
I mean
China.
yeah, I mean this is China, and again, like, it doesn't even matter because I'm still against that. Right? So, like, I agree with you on the case of the shocking no shock collars. Now, I'm not Hassan.
The thing
I
is,
agree.
like I can send you this from the human was it human rights campaign about
Mhm.
how if you went if like LGBTQ young people are just like more likely to have attempted suicide and whatnot after going to
So okay.
conversion therapy.
Okay, so I don't really think that this line is really that important because I'm against a lot of this in the first place. Like,
Yeah, but like
if they're hurtful.
you're
So
saying that like
I'm gonna
a
I'm gonna
trans
accept
person
your
can
premise.
just should just like repress in order to like have
Look,
it
look,
easier in
I'm
society.
I'm
Yeah?
going I'm going to accept your premise for the purpose of argument. So let's say yes, these are all bad. Okay.
Hmm.
Now, under that premise, but can you still agree with me that there is a potential in terms of the motive that a person could see that oh, my child could have a better life if they do this, and that would be their motive. So you can see how that's even if it's wrong according to you or according to whatever moral framework you want to use, you can see how that's not from a place of hatred, right? It could perhaps be misguided, but it doesn't mean that it's a hateful action. You understand what
So
I mean? So, like, if there's a mom that's like, I think for my child, I wanna give it a try because, things will be easier for them if you know, they
why
they
would
they
it be
weren't
easier?
gay.
Why would it be easier for
For the
a
reasons I
child
said
to not be
earlier.
gay?
Well, it's
What
like I
is
said earlier,
responsible
like,
for it?
societal norms. Well, again, like, what if they're just bi? Like, they're kind of bi. They
So
had some
it's
maybe some fantasies about it. We don't know, right? We don't know. And maybe the
okay.
parent is like, oh, maybe if we send them here, or let me finish real quick. I'm almost done. So,
Mhm.
if we send them here, then I think our child will live a better life. And then send them there, and then maybe they come out and they're still gay, and it's like, okay, at least we tried. You see how that wouldn't really be hateful? I mean, perhaps misguided, but it wouldn't be like a m- a position of malice, correct?
It is incredibly dangerous to say that like you
But would
need
it be malice? That's
like
the important part.
yes.
It would be
Because
malice.
because yeah,
So
obviously
what makes it
because
malice then?
you're
Can you
saying
define
that
that?
like the way that you are is wrong and you need to be changed and fixed in order to have it easier in a society that doesn't like
No,
people
just
like
it's
you.
easier. Just it's easier. I mean, using the left
You're
hand, right hand
uh,
example, right?
sure.
You just say that
Okay.
you just say that it'd be easier if you're right-handed because a lot of things are made that way. You would have significant advantages by being right-handed. And since you're a parent that wants the best for your child, you would then be like, okay, like let's try to teach you how to be right-handed. It's not necessarily saying that being left-handed is like a moral evil or like a bad like a inherently bad thing. It's just that since we exist in a society, you would have to harmonize with said society, and it
So
would make it easier.
so should the norm basically control how others need to like live like?
It's like I said before, people who are weird have to do their best to live within the society, and society has a obligation or a moral obligation to allow them to have their liberty. Not moral, sorry, just a societal obligation. For the sake of harmony, a societal obligation, not moral. Sorry, I
I
misspoke
mean,
there.
I think calling like left-handed people weird or like calling autistic people weird or gay people weird and
Hmm.
whatnot is like pretty it's kind of
Why is it bad?
gross.
Why? I'm weird. I think weird
Sure, I
people are
mean,
cool.
sure,
We have a
I'm
lot to bring to this world.
sure. I mean,
We're just
it is
strange. Being weird is just being
yeah, but
kind of against the grain.
is it
Being
unnatural?
well, unnatural, but against the grain of society.
So basically, like if you're different than the norm, you need to basically hide and pretend that you are part of the norm in order to like fit in and be the least disruptive.
I mean, it depends. I don't necessarily mean it means always hiding. It just means trying not to infringe. So, like, let's say for instance, like, let's say I love hentai like a fuck ton. Let's say I'm just really into hentai, like damn. And I got one of those ahegao shirts, right? And I love it. It's so good. If I wear it like at home, it doesn't really matter. But if I wear it like at a park where there's kids, now I'm kind of infringing on society. You see what I mean? But I'm not saying you should make ahegao shirts illegal.
Do you equate being gay to being like some perversion?
No, I'm using an example of a thing that's outside of the average normal society. Yes, I think that being trans, being gay are are they're factors that aren't shared by the majority of society.
Do you think like
Yes.
exclusive white neighborhood should be a thing?
Exclusive white neighborhoods?
Yeah, so there's just like
Man, that's a
a
hard one.
town where there are only like white people allowed to live because like it is too disruptive for a person of color to live there. Do you think that's like, they should be like able to like have
Mm,
like, should that be like
That's
a
a that's
thing?
a that's a rough one, actually. That's a rough one. Um, mm, I so this might be shocking, but my initial reaction is yes, because of freedom of association.
What does that mean?
But I'd have to think about it. Well, you should be free to associate with whoever you want, right? If you only want to hang out with, like, who am I to say, like, who you can hang out with, right? It's like, right, like liberty, like I said, right? Coming from the point of view of liberty, like I would have to enact a law that
S-
says that you have to hang out with people of other races. And if you don't want to, like, why is that my, I mean, I'm gonna think you're an asshole, but
Do you think this level of
freedom,
like gatekeeping, like, do you think that like, um, I don't know, countries should just like decide that like only people who were, born there and look like a specific way, they should be like allowed there, and everybody else needs to like get out? Is like that something that you like support?
um, sorry that if you, can
Like
you give like a
if
concrete example,
sure, if
like a
Germany
hypothetical?
if Germany would go ahead and they are going to be like, well, Jewish people are too disruptive, so all of them need to like be sent away. That is like something that you would like support because the majority of people in Germany aren't Jewish, so they should be able to like decide that.
No, I don't think so, because that would involve taking their property rights away.
What if?
Because you would have to steal. So if Jews lived in Germany, you would have to steal their property rights and steal their property in order to kick them out.
So do you think that like a sense of like identity is less valuable as like property? Like
What's
you
that?
can
A
take
sense of
people's
like,
identity away, but you can't take their property away.
what do you mean? What do you mean take their identity away?
I mean, if you're saying something like, "Oh, trans people shouldn't be allowed to transition because it's too disruptive, so they need to like
I
hide
didn't say
that they're
that.
trans." I'm
I didn't say that. No.
hypothetically,
Hypothetically, what? Hypothetically, no.
hypothetically, you're saying that like trans people are like too disruptive for society, so they need to like
N-
they
no, I didn't say
shouldn't
that.
they shouldn't transition in order to
I didn't say that
fit
though.
in with
Mm,
society.
no, I didn't say that.
I mean,
That's not what I meant.
you're talking about like trying to convert people to match like the status quo, the norm.
Yeah, to perhaps make things easier for them, and then if they're not, then they have the right to do that if they want.
So you
I
should
mean, if
always.
there's a dude, so say there's a mom and they have a kid, and like my kid, my kid would have an easier life, and let's say that her rationale behind it is that studies show that, like, if they get married and have kids, like, that's the path to happiness. So I want my kid to like have that path to happiness. So I'm gonna try to, like, see if like we could find out if being gay is a phase or they're not actually gay. Maybe they're bi and they can maybe they're bi and they can just not have a boyfriend or whatever, right? So they send them to a thing to try to like figure that out, and then the kid's like, "Too bad, mom. I'm 18 now and I'm still gay. I'm gonna go fuck a dude." And I think fine. It's up to them. Why would I get involved in that?
So you think
They're an adult. They're
so
an
you think
adult.
conversion camps are like a good
Not
idea
my
then
business.
for kids?
No, I don't think that they're
They should
they're
go
I don't
to
think they're very
therapy
effective.
to figure out who they are because they are
Yeah,
gay.
sure. Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, you should know who you are, right? I mean, it's a good thing to go to, if you have these feelings, you're kind of confused about it. I think it's a great thing to go to therapy and like maybe find out how you do feel. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I mean, sure. Would you send like straight people to therapy for the same reasons?
Well, no, because that's kind of again, that's like within the societal norm, and there's no innate disadvantage to that, right?
So like only those
It
who are
would
like
change
out
if
of
like
the
gays
norm,
had an
they need to
advantage.
like figure out if they're actually.
No, no, it's more that like so I don't really believe in like the conversion camps in the first place because I don't think they're very effective, right? But what I'm saying is that it can come from a place not of malice. That's my point. Is that you could come from a place of
How is
like
that not
I
malicious though?
it's not because you want what's best for the person, and what you think
Why
is
is
best for the
it?
person is that.
Why is the best for a person, for a gay person to you know, pretend to be
Well,
straight?
I mean, again, if they're 100% gay, and they found out they're 100% gay, then maybe it's best for them to just be gay. But what I'm saying is there might be a case in which a person's bi, and maybe they don't really like dudes that much. And then maybe you could convince them to, maybe the mom could convince them to have a wife instead of a boyfriend because it would be easier on them in society, in terms of, then you can have children like much easier. You wouldn't have issues with like, adoption or like
Would it be
uh
easier for the
what's the
mom or
word?
would
Like
it be easier for the
surrogacy. You wouldn't
son?
have to deal with all of that. I mean, maybe both. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
Maybe both. I
okay,
mean,
if
I think it
you're
could be.
gay, if you're a gay man, and
Hmm.
your mom forces you to marry a woman so you can have
Well,
like
forces is
children.
different. For forces is different from suggesting or
Do you think
helping them out
like
by being like,
pestering
discover
people
yourself more.
isn't like pushing them into like a direction? If you're like constantly being like,
No, you're an adult.
why aren't you married to a woman? You should marry a woman? You would be so much happier if you would just like have a wife and give me
Yeah, maybe she thinks
grandchildren.
that. Yeah,
Is
maybe she
that
thinks that.
how
But
is
you're an
that not
adult. It's not really
abuse?
forcing.
How is
It's not
that not
forcing.
abusive? That's literally abuse.
It's not.
It is
You could just be
emotionally
like, hey, I'm not
manipulative.
gonna listen to you. No, you just be like, I don't listen to you. Listen, mom. I
Why?
hate to tell you, but I'm gay as fuck. Sorry. I like dick. And
So
then it's just like,
why are you
yeah.
protecting the abusive mom then?
I don't think she's abusive. I think she's just maybe you could say at the most she's misguided. I don't think it's abusive, really.
Okay, so if I tell you every single day that the way that you are is wrong and you should change to
Well,
fit
that's
my
different.
worldview,
That's kind of
how is that
harassing and nagging at
different?
that point. Well, that's different because like if you say like, okay, I want what's best for my child. I'm gonna take them to this thing and see like if make sure I'm gonna take them to therapy and make sure they work it through and they discover that they're really gay and then you know what they're
So
gay,
you're
whatever, just leave them
advocating for
alone,
conversion
whatever. I
therapy.
don't really like it, but whatever. Huh. No, no, wait. I don't think it's effective. Is my point. And I said therapy, not like conversion therapy.
Okay.
I feel like everyone should have therapy. Should trans people have therapy to make sure that they're trans?
I mean, sure, obviously, huh? Like that's
Yeah.
how it works in order to
There
get,
is, yeah. Same thing.
to get care in most
Thing.
places. I am just like really
It's the same thing.
confused. No, I'm just like
But
a little bit confused when it comes to like the part
mhm.
of how it's not abusive to tell your child that they like they should like be
Well,
different. They need to be like they need to be different. They need to be
so there's
normal.
abusive ways. So there's abusive ways to go about it, I think. So I think there are ways in which it could be abusive. As in if you're saying like for instance, like if I had a gay kid and I'm like, my kid ain't gonna be gay. Shut up, kid, you're not gay. And then the kid's like, but I am gay, dad, shut up. Like that would be abusive.
So if I
Right. But
phrase it as
I'm not
like
talking about that case.
if I would phrase it as like, oh, I just really do not I don't want my child to go through the struggles of being gay, so I really wish they would like find reason and become normal because it's so difficult. Would that be like abuse to you, or would that be loving?
No, because they might be bi, right? How do you know, right? Maybe they're bi, and then maybe like they
Just
can be convinced, hey,
hypothetically, just assume the kid is like 100% gay.
yeah. See, but the thing is the parent wouldn't know that, right? So the parent might be thinking that there might be a chance that they're not, and then that's what I mean.
Why
It's
does
about
it
intent,
matter? Why
right?
does it matter if the child is gay or bi? Like,
Well,
would it be
it's intent.
abusive for me to like phrase it as like I'm coming from a point of love? I just really care about my child. I want my child to not go through the struggles of having to deal with
Yes.
homophobia.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly
That
rational.
is wild. That
Why
is
is that wild?
absolutely wild to me. That
Can you
you do
explain?
not
Can you
think
explain
that's
why it's
like
wild?
abusive.
Why is it wild?
Because you're
How's it
basically
abusive
like
though?
you're basically sugarcoating abuse. You're basically like
How is it
justifying
abuse?
it.
Can you
Okay,
explain how it's abuse?
because the child is not straight and needs to like
Yes,
repress,
but then you don't know that,
etc.
right? And then say the parent does know that. Say the parent doesn't know that, and the parent's like, oh, maybe it's a phase, maybe they don't know, maybe they're bi, maybe there's something else, and then maybe they'd have an easier life, maybe like with a woman or something. And then so they try to take them to therapy to make sure that's the case. And then if the kid says that they're gay, like, sorry, mom, I just love dick and balls, and then the mom goes, no. So there's two routes it can go at that point. One route, it could go, no, you're absolutely no son of mine is gonna be gay. I would think that is abusive. But if the mom was like, well, I tried, then I don't really think that's abusive. See the difference? It's an issue of intent.
No, the intent is always like the same. It is like the
No.
you're just like phrasing one through like flowery
No, not
vision,
really.
and the other one is just
One
like being
Listen,
clear cut.
one is in the best interest of the kid
Why is it
because
in the
the parent.
best? Is it in the
I
best
explained it.
interest of the kid, or is it in the best interest of the mom who really
I
wants
don't
their kid to be
know. It could be both.
straighter?
It could be both. What I mean is I don't really think that it necessarily comes from a place of malice to be like, well, let's make sure that that's actually what you want. Yeah, let's make sure. Let's make sure, and maybe like we'll go to this place and they'll talk to you about not being gay, and we'll see how that works. And then
That is conversion therapy.
let's say it's therapy, just regular therapy. We'll take
No,
you to regular therapy.
that is conversion therapy though.
Okay, let me back up. It's therapy. They say they go to therapy, and the therapy is like, let's find out who
Conversion
you are, and
therapy.
let's
Yeah.
make sure that that's how's it. Okay, how would you define conversion therapy?
It is basically going going to a place where they're going to like assume that you can be changed, that you're going through a phase, you're confused, so you just need to like find reason. I don't know, maybe you watched two gay men kissing and that confused you, and now you have to go to therapy because it like invoked a feeling in you. Do you think that like a straight person watching gay porn makes them gay?
I don't think so.
If
But
I would take like a straight man and I would sit him in a room and just like have him like constantly be around like watching movies and whatnot where gay dudes are kissing, do you think at some point this person is just being attracted to men?
no, I don't know. I don't really think it matters. What I think this is kind of outside of the point. The point is that
No, because you're assuming
trying to
the
find out
other
what you
way
actually believe.
is correct. You think that like you can
Well,
make a
you're
gay
trying to
kid
find out what you
straight.
believe. No, what if the kid? So there's two cases here. There's three cases really. That one is that the kid is confused, which is like it's a possibility. People are confused all the time. I don't know. People like what they like, and people change what they like sometimes. They get kind of confused. I'm not, but there are some people that are actually like straight up gay. I will one. So these are the cases. One, the kid is straight up gay. Two, the kid is a little bit confused. Three, the kid's like bi, and they don't really care. So
So
there's like the three scenarios, right?
like why as a kid I was confused? Because I always knew that like I was stuck in the wrong body, right? I shouldn't have been born male. I shouldn't have been raised as a boy. And I initially thought every boy wanted to be a girl, and I didn't have like any education on this, and I was really confused because like I didn't understand the point where, well, okay, so not every boy wants to be a girl, and there was like there were a lot of like instances that like really like woke me up to this phase. And do you think
So
that
do you?
like I should have
Go ahead.
like just gone to therapy and then have like someone tell me that like no, I'm a boy because I was born a boy, and I should just like do more boy stuff in order to like realize that I'm a boy. Do you think that
I
would
think you
have
should
been?
explore. I think you should explore the possibility. I think you should explore the possibility of like maybe you'll be okay with it.
Yeah, I
And
tried to repress
maybe you'll
for I tried to
uh-huh.
repress for about like 15 years, and I wanted to kill myself when I was 14.
Okay, sure. Then maybe you're super trans, and I mean it is what it is, right? But that doesn't mean that if your parents took you to a place to like make sure that that was the case, that it comes from a place of hatred. That's my point. They might be worried about you. They're thinking that it's a
I mean,
like
sh-
this way. Do you
I
think
mean,
do you think
sure.
it's fun to be trans? Do you think it's fun to be trans, Nira? Like if
No,
you could choose,
society
would you be
makes it
trans?
incredibly difficult to be trans.
If you could, would you be born just cis girl and not have to worry about being trans?
Every single day of my life since I was like 7 years old.
And is it terrible? Like do you feel awful?
Do you
Does it feel
think
bad all the time? Like you're constantly reminded of it? Yes
should
or no?
do you sure do you think that like me going to therapy would have like fixed that instead of like me going through like gender affirming
No,
care?
no, 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 I'm not really talking about that. So, but you would agree that it's bad, right? It sucks. It sucks being trans, right?
I mean, gender
Would you agree? I mean,
dysphoria
that's why
sucks,
that's why trans
yeah,
people are sad
and
all
the society
that's why
makes it
trans
like
people are
really
sad all the
hard.
time, right? Yeah, yeah, it sucks, right? So if I were your mom, I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that to be your future. So I would try everything to make sure that that wasn't the case before we went with anything. And that's my point. Am I a bad would I be a bad parent for thinking like, okay, I really like I know that if my kid is trans, they're going to be going down like an awful road and man, that sucks and I really don't want that for my kids. So I'm going to make absolutely 100 fucking percent sure that they're trans before we go forward with this. Would you say that they're a hateful parent for that?
Go forward with water.
Before we go forward with you with transitioning, we're gonna make 100% fucking sure, like 150 per 200 1000% sure that you're dysphoric and that it's the only thing that we can do. Would that be a place of hatred to be like it's awful to be trans and I don't want my kid to go through that, so we're gonna make
Okay,
sure.
can you imagine? So obviously, when before transitioning, especially when it comes to like medical
Can you answer my
process,
question
it
first?
is guided with therapy. Yeah? You would go through to therapy anyways in order to like
Can you answer the
obviously make
question
sure
first
that
though? Like,
that's the right path.
do you think do you can you answer the question first though? Like, do you think that that would be hateful? Would that come from a place of malice?
It kind of depends like what type of like therapy you're kind of like referring to. Do you think like, oh, we're going to like be supportive and we're going to like try to figure out what the right path for it is, no matter what the right path actually like turns out to be? Or are you going to be
Say
like,
we take you to
no, it is
everything.
like incredibly difficult for you to be trans, so I need to send you to like
Say
therapy so they talk to you why you feel this
mhm.
way to like maybe get
Let's
you to the
say
point where you like repress enough or whatnot?
let's say for the sake of argument, they take you to a trans expert, a person that is very pro trans expert. They send you to a person that basically tries to convince of not being trans. They send you to all of them because they don't want to they'll pull all the stops for their kid. They'll spend all the money for their kid. So they send you to literally everything in order to make sure that this is what it is. Do you think that's a hateful thing?
What do you mean by sending to everything?
Everything. Like they're going to send you to one therapist that's pro trans. They're going to send you to one therapist that is kind of more pro you you know well, I don't know what the word for it is. You s- you know
Anti-trans?
not only anti-trans like
Moderate?
like convincing you out of it basically. Like you send
So
one to
conversion
one that's going
therapy,
to
yeah?
convince you to be trans and one that's going to convince you out of it and maybe like they're going to say like
So someone wants to like
let's
they're sending you
mhm.
to a therapist where they're bullying you out of your trans identity. Is that what you're saying?
No, they're just trying to like tell you that there's alternatives to it. Like for instance, just
What
living
is
with
the
it.
alternative for a trans kid that has gender dysphoria except for
Mhm.
like transitioning?
I mean, they could live with it.
Would that
There's
be
people that
like a
do that.
good life?
Well, I mean, it doesn't really.
I
Does it
wanted to
solve
end
the problem for
mine.
everybody?
Do you think that
Hmm?
like me living a life where I just wanted to like end it like every single day is like a good life, just because I
There's
don't
a lot of
didn't
trans people
transition?
that there's a lot of trans people that transition and they still want to end their lives.
Yeah, because of
So
society.
I mean, yeah, we live in this society.
Yeah,
Like,
HRT doesn't
I don't
fix the
know how to tell
environmental
you.
abuse that you experience on a day-to-day basis from like your family
Hmm.
or friends or like,
Yes,
you know.
yes. Hmm. I mean, I have thoughts on what should be done about that, but I mean, let's get back on topic. So, like anyway.
So
So,
for
do
me,
you not
it
think that
is
that
it is
kid?
abusive to say that like, oh, I'm going to like send you to someone who is like who knows about trans stuff, and then I'm not going to be happy with it. So I also need to like teach you about like the anti-trans stuff and like all the risk, and I gotta like fearmonger about
d-
like
y- Hold
you
on.
know.
Do you know about sending? Do you know about getting a second opinion? Like with medical things, right? Like doctors can make mistakes, therapists can make mistakes. You get a second opinion from like another person, right? And say that that second opinion, you would typically want like somebody who would try to anti the position. That way, like you could be for sure.
There's actually like a post I saw a while ago. I don't know if like anyone like in chat remembers that of like a mom who was like, "Oh, I have a trans kid, and I will only let my kid transition if I tell them every single day about like all the negative like studies, the anti-trans studies, and have them like
Sure, but
recite all of these things." Do you think that is like,
sure, but that's kind of an well, that's an outlying case. I think that's kind of
I mean,
that's kind of beyond. That's kind of beyond. That's kind of like that's a level of nagging that's like kind of really annoying, right? So like we're not talking about that. Let's stick to like my specific
yeah, but like
case. Do you think that that's bad?
when it comes to like sending your
Can you?
trans kid to an anti-trans
Uh huh.
therapist, I assume that
Yes.
they're going to like start doing conversion therapy on you, which is
Well, no, they're not.
abusive.
They're not. Okay, let's say for the sake of argument, they're not really a bad person. They're just trying to convince their angle is to convince the kid to like kind of live with it because again like being
So
trans is awful.
repressing.
So well, I mean sure if you want to use those words if they can live with it. I mean I know people who have had those feelings and
Why?
they kind of live with it. They're fine with it.
Sure. Is their life quality as good as someone who doesn't have gender dysphoria, or is their
I
life
mean,
quality?
I'm sure it varies. I don't really think there's any sort of data around that being. I mean, do you have data that it's like 100% like better? I don't think like you would have data. That'd be like kind of crazy to have like that kind of data on that.
So
But that's not the point. The point is the intent.
I mean, we
The
we
point
got
is the
like
intent.
the
Is the mom
suicidal, uh, like
is the mom is the mom uh are they being a are do they have malice in what they're doing in what I'm saying? Again, I told you their intent. Is that malice to you?
I don't think the intent matters when like the action speaks volumes of like who you are is wrong, and you need
Really?
to just live with your identity in order
Let
to
me let me ask you a question. Say there's a car crash. In one case, the person gets accidentally into a car crash and they hit a person. In the case two, the person intentionally runs them over. Do you not think that there's a difference in like the level of malice there?
I mean, in a criminal thing, like sure it matters, but like when it comes to like
Okay, so
the
what's the
the
difference?
harm done to the person, it is still like the same.
They're dead. The person's dead in both circumstances. They're dead.
Yeah,
You're hit by a car.
yeah.
In
So
in,
that
in case in
the
case A,
outcome is
the
the
person hits them
same.
with a car. Is the
Like
intent the same?
yeah, it
Yes, the outcome is the same, but is the intent the same?
the outcome is the same, but like
Is
obviously
the
like the
intent the
intent
same?
is not the same.
Okay. So is one of them from malice and the other not? The other one, the person intentionally ran the person over. They're like, fuck that guy, ran him over. Second case, complete accident. They were on their phone or something. Is it malice?
Do you
Is it
think
malice in the first case, and is it malice in the first case like outstanding to like the second case?
do you think that's like the same when it comes to like not wanting your child to be trans or gay? Because
Can
the
you just answer this
intent
question first?
is the same of like I do not want my child to be trans or gay.
Yeah, but can we stick to this car thing first? Like, what you in the
Sure,
car
if you
thing?
intend to kill someone and you
Uh-huh.
kill
That's first,
someone,
right?
obviously, it is more malicious than like accidentally. I'm just like curious because like the intent when it comes to like not wanting your child to be trans or gay because you
Mhm.
I don't know you think their life would be easier because that's like how
Yes.
society is. It is still like
Uh-huh.
the same. It is
How's that
still like
malice?
malicious
How is that malicious?
because you're phrasing abuse. You're sugarcoating abuse.
How's it abuse?
Can you like okay, if you have a parent who is like or like if you have like a child, right? If you have a child
Mhm.
who is like, I really want to be like I don't know, an artist. I want to have like an arts degree. I want to like do these things. And you're going to be like, no,
Yeah,
you
no, you
have to
don't.
be a
You're not gonna make that
doctor.
much money.
You
Yeah,
have
that's
to
the
be a
thing.
doctor
No, you don't.
because
You're not
it's
gonna make that much money.
yeah. So you
Yeah, yeah, and they say that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. In secret, they go, man, the artist road sucks. Like, it's gonna be so hard. It's gonna be hard to find a job. It's gonna be hard to make money. Starving artists. All of the tropes. It's gonna be rough.
so instead
I
of
want
like
my kid to go down the route that's more secure.
supporting your kids'
Well, you nudge them. You say,
passion, you're telling them what they need to do. Uh
I'm saying that from a point of love, you could say that that's the better thing. That's going to be more secure for your kid, and that in the end, like perhaps say they do get it, say they do become a doctor, then they can do art in their spare time. They don't have to worry about it because you're worried about the child's livelihood in general, right? So like, and the thing is I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's correct. I'm saying that the angle at which the angle at which that comes from is not malice. It's love because they actually want the kid to do well. And maybe that's the wrong decision. Maybe the kid is like a freaking I don't know, like Picasso or whatever, right? Maybe they
why
are the
does
next
it not
Picasso. Who
matter
knows?
how the kid feels?
Why does it not matter? I mean, of course it matters how the kid feels, but like reality still exists, right?
So you
Feelings,
think
I
that
mean,
you can
like
like
feelings and reality have to be balanced, right?
what does that mean?
Say you had a kid that said, it's my dream to shit on the sidewalk. Like I want that to be my job. I'm gonna shit on the sidewalk and I want people to pay me for it. Wouldn't you be like, I don't know if that's viable. It's kind of weird. Like I don't know. Maybe not. Just because the kid wants it doesn't mean that it's realistic.
Do you think that like that is equivalent of like a kid wanting to be like pursuing art as like a passion?
Well, pursuing something as a passion and pursuing as a career are two different things
I mean, it's like really
because of
beneficial
reality.
for like
Because
someone.
we live in a world of reality. And if you're a parent that cares about your kid, you'd be like, um, I don't know, I mean, you'd probably gauge it. Maybe give them some art classes, see how they do, what the proficiency is in it. And maybe it's the right decision. Maybe there's some path that can be taken there. Maybe they're innovative in other skills. It's kind there's a lot. There's a lot to take in, but what I'm saying is it's not inherently hateful for the parent to tell the kid that, oh, maybe pursue something else. Because I think it's in your best interest.
What does it mean? Like, is it in the kid's best interest, or do you think that it's like,
Well, it might be wrong. It might be wrong. So they might be wrong in their assessment. It's like I said, like you could perhaps say, "Oh, I don't know about this. Like my kid, like I've seen how they draw. It's kind of not really the best." But if they got a different job and then they could do art on the side and then they can be happy and be secure in life, then that'd make me really really happy. But they might be wrong because that kid might be Picasso. So whether or not they're wrong has nothing to do with the intent.
and you think that's like equivalent of like telling your gay kid that they should like explore the option of not actually being gay and they should like marry,
Or
like a wife and
be
have
what?
like
What was the second part?
grandkids or whatnot?
Well, I don't know. You might there's a lot of people that would believe that having kids, having a big family would be the path to happiness. So if you were to think that people are happiest in that state in general, obviously there's people who are better off alone, right? But in general, if you were to roll the dice, if you were a betting person, they would have the highest chance of being happy if they if they were able to have that family. And like maybe they're not,
Do you
maybe they're
think
bi, maybe they're not that fully gay,
do you think a
maybe they're
gay
bi.
do you think a gay man is happier with a woman because he can have, biological children than with
I
another
think if he's
man?
I think if he's full gay and he's like confirmed full gay, probably not. But like we're not talking about that. We keep like kind of going around the argument.
Yeah, but it's
My
like,
point is the intent.
would it
My
be
point is the intent of the person.
would it be
The intent
malicious
of
to
the
be
person who is
like,
like giving the. Do you think it's malicious? That's my point.
I
Is
think
it always malicious? Is it always like can you take the intent from that yourself? Like I don't know how you're able to do that and automatically say that it's malicious. If they're saying, "Oh, you know what? I'm going to send, my kid says that he's gay, maybe we'll have him talk to somebody and, see if this is the case." And maybe the person says, "I don't know, maybe you're bi." And it's easier to, if you're bi and you like women anyway kind of, then maybe it's easier to be with a woman at that point. Then you would avoid all of those problems. So it's not from a place of malice.
so.
That's my argument.
Would you think it's malicious for someone to be like, I'm proud of you for coming out as a Christian, but you should be detransitioning because like your identity as like a trans woman is invalid, and you need to.
Wait, can you say again? Sorry, can you say again?
Do you think it's malicious? It would be like malicious
Uh-huh.
intent in the instance of like, oh, you came out as a Christian, and I'm like so proud
So
of you. Yeah,
the Blair
exactly.
thing.
And then you need to like, you should detransition because that is like what God actually wants.
No, I actually don't think that would be necessarily. It could be. It could be. I don't know. It could
You don't
100% be from a
think
place of malice, but then it's ambiguous.
you don't think it's like malicious for someone to be like misgendering a trans
No.
woman and then saying you should
Well,
detransition
okay.
because that's what God wants.
So let me explain it. Okay. So this is what I assume. This is what I assume her point of view is. Her point of view is that she thinks that being trans is bad for you. That it's bad for you. It's bad for your psychology. Again, this isn't what I'm saying. This is what I think Straub is saying. That being trans is bad for your psychology. It's not how according to her point of view and her worldview, right? It's against what God would want. So I'm concerned for you because of that, and I would hope that you would stop doing that for your own sake. That's not really malice.
How is that not
You could say
malicious?
that it's disagreeable. You could say it's disagreeable, but I don't think it's malice.
She literally said, "I fundamentally disagree with trans
Yes,
people." Is that like
you can
love and
disagree with
respect?
somebody. You can disagree
You
with somebody,
cannot
and
disagree with someone's identity, huh?
well,
I
you could say that their identity is again
do
from
you
her
think
point
it
of
would
view.
be
You
do,
could say that.
do you think it would be fucked
Go
up
ahead.
for like someone to go, I fundamentally disagree with people of color and they should like bleach their skin in order to like fit in with society more? Do you think that is like fundamentally wrong? Or do you think there's like
That
an
if
argument to be had because it's like easier to be whiter in this like I don't know, in like America or like whatnot?
All right, hold on. Let me analyze that. That it would be easier for you to bleach your skin white because there'd be.
Do you think that would be like a malicious thing to say, like a fucked up thing to say, to be like, oh,
Okay, so I actually in that case I still wouldn't know that I would still wouldn't know the intent,
you still don't
to be
think
honest.
that's malicious?
No, no.
Why
I mean,
is
it,
it?
it depends. It depends on the angle.
Who is making it bad for society, for like people of color, like trans people or whatnot? Who is responsible for it?
But they're not even really the same thing. They're not even really the same thing. But even if they were, I think that there could be like again, you would have to extrapolate the intent from it.
What
I'm
do you
not saying whether or not.
interpret? Like, how
Listen,
do you like
I'm not saying whether or not. Listen, I'm not saying whether or not it's a good thing or it's a bad thing. That's not what I'm arguing. Do you know what I'm arguing? I'm arguing intent. That's completely different
How
from whether or not something is good or bad.
how is that not malicious? I'm so confused. How do you like
How's it? What do you
question
mean?
it? I'm really
How
I'm
is that?
genuinely
How is that malicious?
confused.
Okay, can you define somebody with a malicious intent in this scenario?
I mean, okay. So when it comes to like trans people, for instance, if someone is like highly uncomfortable with trans people and society is reinforcing that, and
No,
then
no.
they
Can you
shame
define
people.
maliciousness? Can you define maliciousness first? Like like what would it take for um the mom, or let's say what would it take for Straub to be malicious? Like what is the point at which something that Straub says pushes into maliciousness?
Okay. Um I'm just going to read you quote like I'm going to quote the entire
No, 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 no.
paragraph.
Just
Give me a
answer the
second. Give me a
question.
second. I will answer it.
Okay,
Let me read it, and then I'm going to like point to the things that I read as malicious intent. Okay. Let's pray for Blair. If he could detransition, this would be so huge, not only for his life, but for so many others too.
Mm-hmm.
God wants him to
Okay.
embrace who he really is. So
Mm-hmm.
there are a lot of like malicious,
Yes.
things that I
No,
read.
from her point of view,
Wait.
from her
Okay.
point of view, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
The misgendering, and then the assumption that God thinks that Blair White being trans, being a trans woman,
Mm-hmm.
is fundamentally
Mm-hmm.
incorrect, and she needs to realize that she's actually a man, and she needs to like stray on like the righteous path.
Okay.
This is what
Okay.
I think is malicious, to assert that like trans people are lying about who they are.
Define maliciousness. Define what it would take for Straub to be delicious. For Straub delicious. Straub to be malicious. Define what that would. Define your criteria for that.
It is harmful to assert that trans people are
So
lying, and
harmful
to
means
say,
malicious.
yeah, the intent to harm is malicious, no?
So say the intent to harm. Okay, so the intent to harm.
Yes, if I'm going to
You have
say,
to have intent to harm.
yes,
Yes, intent to harm. That's what you said, right?
okay, yeah, but like,
So
it
you.
is
I just
harmful,
want to be clear.
it is
I
harmful
just want
for
to be clear.
trans people to
Hold
repress
on.
their identity.
Wait. I just want to. I just want. Can you repeat the? So let me say what you said. You said it's the intent to harm that makes it malicious. Yes,
Yes,
that's what you said. Okay.
yes.
So
It is the
what if Straub's
abuse
intent
around
isn't to
it.
harm? What if her intent isn't to harm? Right. So your
But
criteria is
that's what it
it becomes
is.
malicious. No, but that's you said intent. You didn't say what it is. You said it's intent to harm. That's what you said. You said intent to harm. So what if her intent is not? What if her intent is that she thinks it's what's best? She thinks it's what
Yeah,
will lead to the most happiness, which is why she wants you to do that,
herself.
or them to do that.
That is what
No,
she
not for
assumes
herself, for
based
them.
on
No,
herself,
for them.
not for them.
For them.
She is
No.
assuming that
You're assuming
trans
that.
women
You're
are
assuming
not
that.
women, that they are just confused
You're
men.
assuming that. Well, yeah, and she thinks that leads ultimately to confusion and to again, this isn't what I believe. I'm taking Straub's stance, but it does not fulfill your criteria of intent to harm.
But it is harmful to assert that
Yes.
trans people are lying
Yes.
about their gender
Okay.
identity, and to say that they should
Even if that were
detransition.
true, even if that were true, it does not constitute intent to harm, which was your criteria for maliciousness.
If you're being told about like everything and you still keep pushing, then what am I supposed to assume, except for
Where
like
is the intent to harm?
malice?
Where's the intent to harm? Where is it? Where is the intent to harm and
It is
what she said?
it is
Where
the
is it?
it is the abuse. It is the
Intent, the intent,
assertion
the intent.
to,
Intent to harm. Intent to harm.
yeah, to insinuate that her God wants Blair White to embrace
Uh-huh.
who she thinks that Blair White
Because she
actually
thinks.
is.
Why does she think that? Why does she say that?
Because she's transphobic.
Why? For what reason does she say that she hopes that they change? For what reason?
Because she's transphobic.
Is it
In order to fulfill like her worldview of like what Christians have to be like and what her
which
God,
is
the
why
authority.
does she want them to change? For what reason?
To live according to her belief system.
Which she thinks is a better result for them. Thus the intent.
So you still are just sugarcoating abuse.
I'm not. I'm not.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
using your own words.
You can.
Your own words was intent to harm. That's what you said. I didn't say that. You said that.
Okay, what if I come along and I'm going to say that like, oh, there's like someone suffering in the hospital. I should just, you know, they're old. They don't really have like that much long to live anyway. I should just like go in there because I believe it will make them happier if I'm going to like you know, end their lives.
Well, first off,
Would that be like, you know, support, or would that be like?
Well, I wouldn't agree. Well, I wouldn't agree with it, but it wouldn't be necessarily. Would it be necessarily malicious? I mean, nah. I wouldn't think it would be malicious necessarily. I think it would be bad, but I don't think it would be malicious. If like you actually cared for, is that like your family member, right? Or you're just talking about a random person?
Does it matter if it's family or random? If I strongly believe, according to my God is telling me that this one random person on the street would be so much happier and better off if they were dead. Would that be like okay? If you know, would that be
the intent would be the intent wouldn't be malicious, but it would still be deranged. Sure. Anything else? You're like killing somebody, right? Like for the hell of it. Just because like you know, I mean, you think you'll fix their suffering. I think it's morally bad, but that's like, you know, my beliefs on it.
I need a moment.
Sure.
I need a moment.
Basically, whether or not a person is deranged, it has nothing to do with their intent. They can still be deranged. And you would have to determine whether or not they're deranged based off of other factors, basically. It's a separate issue.
And you think that wouldn't be like abusive?
Well, it would be. I mean, it could be. It could be.
So if the intent, according to you, is not malicious, but the outcome is still them suffering.
Well, they're separate, right? Like for instance, in the example with the car, you still killed somebody. It's just you just didn't intend to kill them. You just did.
Would that make it better? Would that make the outcome better?
No. But it would change the intent.
So
basically, anyway, go ahead.
I'm just like really confused because like the outcome of like, you know, asserting that like trans people are lying about their identity and like wanting them to detransition, like even if you have like the bestest intentions and whatnot, you think like the outcome still being like the same of like being like having to repress and like having a worse quality of life instead of just being like accepted and included in society is like making it better.
She doesn't think that's the case. She doesn't think that's the case. She thinks that it's actually better if you don't, basically. That would be like her.
It would be better for her, right? But it wouldn't be better for like the trans person.
She could think it would be better. She could think it would be better for the other person as well.
Yeah.
So for instance,
but like, would it actually be better for the other person? That is what I'm like trying to like understand.
say I had a friend who was a turbo slut, right? And I told them, like, you probably should stop being a turbo slut because it might be bad for you in the end. You might regret it one day. You see what I mean? It's like I'm looking out for them, but I'm not buying into them being a turbo slut. I'm saying it's bad for you. In fact, I think that, like, by saying something like that, you actually care more about the person, to be honest.
Okay, so
Mhm. There's a lot of issues with being a turbo slut, right? You get pregnant on accident, STDs, um, harder to get married one day. A lot of things you could say, like, I think it's bad for you. I think it's bad for you, and it's very it's you're gonna regret it in the long run. That would be my intent in telling them to stop doing it. Now, I'm
okay,
not saying that that's what I believe. I'm not saying that I believe the Straub thing completely, but I don't think it comes from a place of malice. Is my point.
have you considered how like the trans person feels if they have being like socially put under pressure to basically like detransition and whatnot, having like the entire environment tell them that, oh, it would just be easier, oh, the abuse would just go away if you would just
Well,
detransition.
well, everybody
Do you
Well,
think it would be
everybody
like a
feels
better?
bad when they're not validated. Everybody feels bad when they're not validated. So for instance, if I was a crack addict and people told me, "Oh, it's bad to be a crack addict," I'd be like, "You're not validating my feelings." It'd feel bad, right? And it has nothing to do with that. Whether or not I'm not really saying that they're the same, but my point being that you can feel invalidated, but the other person can still have your best interests at heart. It's not like uh exclusive. They're two separate things.
Do you think being a crack addict warrants enough pushback as like, or like being trans warrants enough pushback as being a crack addict?
Well, no, it's a matter of degree, but the matter of degree doesn't really matter. And maybe I don't know. It depends. Maybe you have serious concerns about how the person came to the conclusion that they were trans. It's a possibility. I don't know. It depends on the circumstance. It's just a it's just like an example of it, basically.
I'll be real. I
Hmm.
feel like you care more about the abuser and protecting the abuser than like what is happening to the victim and how they feel. I don't know if that's like an issue with
Well,
like empathy or compassion.
we don't know if it's we don't know if it's true yet. So,
How
for
about, okay,
instance,
how about like
mhm.
Straub misgendering me and saying that like I should just be a man. I tried that. I
Well,
wanted to end it when I,
mhm.
like obviously I
Sorry
endured
for
the
you.
abuse, but I'm much happier after transitioning. So like do you think,
Uh-huh.
okay, instead of like talking about like what is happening in Blair's head, what about like happening in my brain? If I'm telling you,
So for
hey,
you,
it is abusive to constantly assert that like I am lying about who I am and to constantly invalidate me, and they still keep on
is
pushing. Do you think that is like
is she going
malicious
after you
then?
constantly? Like, she's spamming you? Like, she's spamming you saying that
How does that
you're
matter?
a dude or something?
They,
Well, I mean, it matters because if she says it, like, one time, it could be that that's just her point of view.
yeah, but
But,
like
there's a
put
difference
it
between that and
together.
harassment.
Put it together with like everything.
What do you what do you
With
mean?
everything that like Strop is telling about like oh, she doesn't support and doesn't believe in like trans people, that she thinks that like trans kids are like socially conditioned and whatnot in order to be trans, and oh, Blair should detransition, oh, I would be happier, oh, I'm
Let's
just a man,
pick one. Let's
like
pick one.
No,
Pick
you
one.
have to view it as like a whole package deal because it still
I
comes
mean, it could
originates
be
from the same
again.
person.
So it could be her point of view that she thinks that it's I mean
What
her
about how
belief
I
could be that
feel?
being trans. Well, I mean, how you feel is how a person what a person thinks is best doesn't really like how you feel doesn't always make it right basically. Like your feeling doesn't make it like correct. And I'm not saying that that's not the case with you. I'm saying in general. How
Okay,
like me saying like I feel this way about a thing, therefore it's right is not true. So she could have, for instance, in this case, just thinks that you're wrong and that you are not gonna you are not gonna reach the best result by doing that. And that could be her point of view. And that's a way that you could reconcile a person who actually loves trans people and is against it.
do you think it's love to be like, oh, I really want to save you from this path that you're going on.
Yes, I think
You
that
have to
in a lot
live
of cases,
according to me.
yes. Well, no, not according to me, according to not according necessarily to my command, but not according to like it's not like a controlling thing. It's not according to a
Yes,
command.
it
It's according to
is.
like what you would. No, it's not. It's according to what you think is the best, basically.
Why does
And it's not like she's forcing. It's not like she can force you to do it, right? But she's giving you a
I mean
suggestion
there's
based on
pressure.
her worldview if she thinks it's better.
There's a lot of like
Yeah.
pressure. There's like a lot of like
Sometimes,
hurt comes from like being
sometimes the
invalidated
best
the entire
friends,
time.
sometimes the best friends tell you what you don't want to hear. And that could be the case for a lot of topics. And in this topic, she might think that that's the case with how she's treating you. Basically, she could be thinking that is what's best for you, and that she's saying it
Okay.
because sometimes you have to hear a harsh truth. And
So
I'm not saying that's what I believe. I'm saying that that's what I think. That's what I would assume she would believe. Basically.
can I give you an analogy? Like bear with me for like a
Hmm.
second. Imagine
Sure.
imagine everyone is like being born and they have like shoes that they're like
Uh-huh.
growing into, right?
Okay. Okay.
And there are like
Shoot.
some people, the shoes just fit. You know, you're walking around, you don't even like feel it. But like you
Uh-huh.
in particular, anytime you walk, you just have like a constant sensation of like discomfort. I don't know, maybe there's like a rock in your shoe or whatnot. The shoe doesn't fit. Maybe it's like a size too short.
Uh-huh.
And you have constantly people
Hmm.
tell you these are the shoes that you are born with and you gotta walk in them every time. But you're like much
Okay.
happier. Like, you know, you put them off and you just like feel relief. You put on a different size, you put on a different shoe, it fits perfectly, you feel fine. And you have people like constantly berate you, telling you that you need to like start wearing the shoes that you were born with because it's wrong for you to change the shoes.
Uh-huh.
That is
So
what it
what if I
feels
told
like.
you?
You have
Well,
gender
what if I told
dysphoria.
you? Well, what if I told you that the shoes that you want to switch to come with a lot of health problems and they come with a lot of psychological issues as well? What if that were the case? What if there were side effects to those shoes, to switching to the other shoes? Now you would make a calculation. Is the pebble in the shoe worse, or trying to like figure out how to walk in a different way to make sure that you don't hit the pebble as much? Is that more worth it, or is it more worth it to have the other side effects? It's a calculation. It doesn't necessarily mean it's from malice for them to tell you that maybe like let's not switch to other shoes.
What
Maybe
about
they think
like
there's a better solution.
what about the psychological like torment and whatnot you have to endure by constantly uh wearing shoes that are just like a size too small? Like two sizes too
Well, it
small?
sucks. It sucks that
Do you
you
just
were
have to
born
like
with
bear with it despite
it.
you like you know knowing that like a different size would like fit better or whatnot
Well,
just
it's
because your environment is like shaming you for switching your shoes?
well, I think it sucks that you were born with those shoes, and I think that's a very sad thing. But in that case, I would say the other shoes have a lot of side effects that we have to consider. Again, not my point of view. I'm I'm taking Straub's point of view, basically, what I assume to be it. What if I think that the shoes you have on right now, working around that and that terrible situation you had is less bad than the alternative? How is that malice?
Why do you assume that like your point of view is correct, especially when the other person is telling you?
Why does anyone think their point of view is correct?
Why does your okay?
That's why you have a discussion about it.
Why does your lack of like gender dysphoria and like lack of like struggling of like being trans give you the ability to judge whether or not I'm happier transitioning or not?
Sorry, can you say it one more time? Sorry, my brain's fried.
It's been a long time.
I've been up for 24 hours.
It's been
But
a
go
long
ahead.
time. You should sleep. I should
Go
sleep
ahead.
too.
All right, let's finish this
What
last
did I
one.
say? Okay, what? Why does your
Sorry.
lack of gender dysphoria,
That's
like
my leg.
struggling with gender dysphoria,
Lack. Oh, lack. Mhm.
warrant or like
Uh-huh.
give you the ability to judge whether or
Mhm.
not I am happier transitioning?
Like, if I don't have it, how do I have a right to tell you? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, can a doctor tell a person that is that has a disease, like, what's wrong with them? Or what they think is best for them?
Are you a doctor?
Why can a doctor do that? Yeah, why can a doctor do that? Like, if there's a doctor that says "Oh,
Do you,
you know,
do you just
I think,
equate being trans to a disease?
no. It's not. It's not equating it to a disease. It's equating it to basically what I'm saying is that you're making an appeal that only you, as a person afflicted by a thing, which is, being trans, which is like you don't something you don't want, right? You don't want to be trans, right? When I say afflicted, I don't mean as a disease. I mean it's like a thing that you have that you don't like, right?
I mean,
So
transitioning helped me.
why?
Transitioning
Okay,
eased a lot of the
but
pain.
but according to
I
what you
don't want to
said,
go
which
back.
is
I can tell you
okay,
right
but
away, I do
according
not want to go back to the time where I
sure,
was disassociating and
but
numb and like
sure, but
wanting
that's
to
not
end
what
my
we're talking
life every
about.
single day.
I believe you, but that's not what we're talking about. What I'm saying is, how come in that case, why can the doctor have a say if the doctor
Because he's
isn't
like a trained
afflicted by that thing?
professional.
So basically, so if a person who's a trained professional tells you that you should detransition, would you do it?
Do you think that like do you think that
So
like
what is it?
someone
What is
tell
it that
wait,
gives you
wait
the right to
wait
say?
wait okay. Do you think that like having like someone diagnose you and tell you wait, okay, wait, when you go to the doctor and you have like an illness and you go there and you get diagnosed, does that mean like you're going to like actually take them up on what they're telling you, or do you still have like a say in it?
Obviously, you would still have a say on it, but
Yeah, so
can you answer?
obviously
Can you answer my question? Can a person?
I had a therapist do
What is the
conversion
criteria?
therapy on me.
What is the criteria for which a person can have a say in a thing that they aren't? Because I don't buy that at all. I don't buy that you don't have a say because you're not trans, or you don't have a say because you're not this and that. I don't agree with that.
Do you think that like
I think the
your
ideas
idea
matter.
of like being trans or like what you know about like being trans is more important than like my lived experience as like a trans person?
It might be. It depends. It depends on how much I've been exposed to it, how many people I've dealt with that. I mean, like for instance, like you could be in a position where your personal experience is narrow and it's just your own perspective, whereas I've seen the effects of it happening to other people. I'm not saying that's happening. That's what happened to me, although it is kind of the case. But perhaps I have a perspective on it because of people I've talked to that you wouldn't. And I don't think that who you are invalidates the logic, basically.
I'm like really, really disappointed with this, and
Yeah.
it is just
Well.
it is just like crazy to me how
Hmm.
you're like speaking in hypotheticals and you're like
Yeah,
defending
that's how you
abuse
discuss things.
and whatnot, and it is just
So let me
more
ask you then.
important
Okay,
that
let me ask you
cis
then. What
people are
would I have to
comfortable
do?
than trans people are
What would I have?
comfortable.
What would I have to do? What would I have to do for you to be approving of me as a person? Like, what would I have to do?
I feel like you should change your environment. I think that's not good for you. I think a lot of
Hmm.
people, there are a lot of like
No, what would I have to do?
places.
Me, like me personally. What would I have to do?
I think empathize more with trans people and like acknowledge the abuse that like comes from those people who phrase their abuse as love and
Oh, can I
support.
disagree? Can I disagree at all?
Sure, you can disagree.
Okay, so what about my disagreements is bad? So, like, what could you give me an example of a disagreement I could have with a trans person that would be okay?
I mean, you can disagree with me on pineapple on pizza. I have no issues with that.
It's not a trans issue though.
When it comes to like trans stuff, trans issues,
Yeah, yeah.
uh,
What can I disagree with? You want? So if I have a trans friend that disagrees with you, what would you say about that?
disagree with me on what?
Let's say for example, they don't think that Straub is being malicious. What if I had a trans friend that said that?
Trans people can be
Then
wrong.
then would you
Trans people
trans
can
people
be
can be
wrong.
wrong,
Yeah,
but then they can argue with you against it? Is that what you're saying?
sure. If a trans person could, if you find a trans person who disagrees with me and they want to like talk to me, I
Huh?
mean,
So does anything I say even matter if I'm not trans?
I mean, it does matter because you have a huge platform, and I feel like you're incredibly responsible with that.
Mhm.
And I think you're normalizing a lot of like these abusive, like transphobic talking points, especially, like the main criticism that like I had with like the video, like with the thumbnails, like that I'm being portrayed
Mhm.
as like someone who is like, uh,
Yeah, we didn't get into that, unfortunately. I
like
did wanna talk about that.
outraged or whatnot. Yeah, we didn't get off these things. It's just really
But
disappointing to like see
mhm.
this and to like actually like hear your points of view because like
So did you want me so the only thing I would basically what I would have to do is I would have to basically agree with you that, even if I don't think it's malicious, I'd have to agree with you on that? Like, I'm
I
just like,
would
what would I need to do?
I would just
Just
like
out of curiosity.
really I would love it for you to understand why I think the way that I do.
Yes, which is why we discuss philosophy, right? Which is why we battle over hypotheticals so that we can understand each other because we're not the same person, right? So since we're not the same person, you have to find common ground via hypotheticals in order to discuss your philosophy. Otherwise, there's no way.
I think you should empathize with the victim more.
Um, Empathize with the victim more.
Yeah. I
The
think
victim of
I think you're
so
more in
in the
like a
case.
mindset of like protecting the abuser instead of like actually understanding like how the victim is actually like feeling
Mhm.
when it comes to
No, I
like
don't actually think it's
these
abuse.
things.
That's the thing. I fundamentally disagree.
Yeah, and I think you
I
would
fundamentally
realize that it's
disagree with it
abuse
being
when you
abuse.
understand how the victim is feeling.
So if the victim feels
Bad?
so if I said, "No, you're abusing me right now because you don't agree with me."
Mhm.
Like I feel incredibly abused by you and all of the people on X. I feel super abused by it.
Mhm.
What then? Does that make you wrong? Because I feel incredibly abused. I mean, a lot of people. came after me, said a lot of things to me. I got death threats. Like I feel super abused. Am I right now because I'm abused too?
I think you're right in the way that you feel and like how things affect you. And I think you can
Mhm.
like judge the words that I say based on like how you feel.
So wouldn't that make us equally right then? Because you're abused, I'm abused. Like we're both abused, right?
Do you think that like you disagreeing or like someone disagreeing with the existence of like or like the identity of like some people is something
Yeah,
that
I
you
mean,
can disagree with, or is that like infringing on your
they're infringing on my infringing on my worldview. It's how I believe. It's how I see the world. It's me. It's my identity, and they're saying it's invalid.
I think you need a better worldview then. I'll be real.
Yeah, but see, isn't that abusive? That's abusive to me. Because what if I told you that? What if I said, "Well, you need a better worldview"?
Do you know the
You see what I mean?
paradox
This is why
of
you have to
do you know the paradox
go
of
ahead.
tolerance? You
Go
cannot
ahead.
tolerate the intolerant.
Hmm. But what if I think you're intolerant? You see what I mean? Like if you go to I I'm the victim, so therefore like you have to listen to me and that's all it is, full stop. You can't go anywhere. It's basically you're never going to be able to understand the other person or even attempt to. You have to basically this is why I was talking hypotheticals so that we could find common ground, by creating a meta world in which like we could both agree on. Then we could come to the actual meat and potatoes of our philosophical disagreements. That's the point of it. I'm not making hypotheticals just to fuck with you, basically.
Yeah, I think defending abusers, if that is like your worldview and whatnot, then your worldview
Yeah,
should
but
be
I don't
disagreed
agree.
with.
I don't agree. I don't agree that they're abusers.
It's okay to be wrong.
Okay, well, it's okay for you to be wrong. So see it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
If you don't actually use any sort of logic, if it's like pure feelings, then it becomes your feelings against mine. So your feelings are like, well, I feel abused, I feel terrible. I say, well, I feel abused and I feel terrible. And then now you're just at neutral, basically, right?
Sure. It's getting pretty late.
Yeah.
I think I wanna
Yeah, I get
like
it, man. I
cut
get
it
it. I get it.
here. Do
Yeah, yeah.
appreciate the
Well,
talk,
I
but
really
like
I do
it's
too. I really
incredibly
do appreciate it.
frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Um, but yeah, well, yeah, it was nice talking to you though. I really do appreciate that you actually did take the time to talk and have this
Of
discussion.
course.
Yeah, I'm really grateful that you were willing to talk. Um, yeah.
Just so you know, just there's like no confusion. I do not
Mm,
um I wanna just like emphasize that I'm still going to be like critical of you and what you do because I think what you're
no,
doing
that's
is
fine.
incredibly harmful and
Well, mhm,
it
that's
shouldn't
fair.
be normalized. You can disagree with that.
Mhm. That's fair. I think that's totally fair. I mean, I'm gonna be critical as well, and I'll approach it a little bit differently because we had this talk, and I understand you a little bit better. So I think I will approach it a little bit differently. Um, but I think I still do disagree on a
Hmm.
lot of things. But I mean,
Yeah.
that's life. You're never gonna agree with everybody. In fact, like I said, I defended you the other day actually, and someone in my chat said you said something about uh what was it? This is about what was that guy's name? Money?
Oh,
John
John Money.
the John Money? Yeah,
Yeah.
they were
The
saying that you
abuser.
love John Money and agree with it, and I said, "No, that's not what she
No.
said, guys, come
So
on." So, like,
the
yeah.
video is basically like I am telling people that like John Money's hypothesis was basically like you could socially condition a boy to be a girl, and this hypothesis was obviously wrong, and it
Uh-huh.
was like abuse and predatory, and like he's like a freak,
Yeah.
which means that you cannot turn a cis kid trans. So that is kind of
Well,
like the idea
yeah.
where I was
Well,
coming
that's what I
from, that
said.
like he was doing conversion therapy that like obviously
Uh-huh.
trans people disagree with, and he was wrong, so he proved trans people right by saying like through his
Well, I mean,
awful, disgusting thing. So just
that's what I said when I
I
saw
hope
the
this
video. I said
clarifies. Yeah.
that's not really their point of view. It's actually different than that. So I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, like, I'm trying to show that I'm trying my best to take what you say in good faith, and that's why I disagreed with them when they were wrong about that. But you know, that's neither here nor there. I don't expect you to believe me, but anyway, I really appreciate you being here, and it's late for both of us. I
Yeah.
think I don't know what time it is over there, but
Yes, 2
I
a.m.
really do appreciate it, and I hope you take care, and you know, I hope things are I hope things are good for you.
Yeah,
All right,
get you. I
all
I
right,
do appreciate
all
it,
right.
but it is what it is.
It is what it is. You're not gonna be able to convince everyone.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks again, and I hope you have a good one.
You
I'm
too.
gonna.
Go get
I'll see you
rest.
later. I'll see you later. All
Bye-bye.
right. You too. All right.
I had to cut it. I had to just stop. It was getting nowhere. Damn. Damn. Oh. Oh. Holy shit. Okay. So it was a lot. A lot of things. A lot of things being said. Wait, let me do this again. Let me do this again. Oh. Yeah, how are we feeling after this one? Do we I'll send you my therapist bill. Yeah. Let me just like quickly thank everybody for watching and like enduring this with
Nyara,
me.
shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. I feel bad for you. So I think like the hypotheticals kind of like pissed me off at some point. But like, I am understanding the issue, the miscommunication so much more now. But it's really frustrating that no angle that I tried to go to was like, actually like leading somewhere. Um oh oh god. I gotta enable the the commands again. Give me a second. Oh, the Twitch channel points. I didn't want to talk about Leaflet's trans gay brother because I felt like it would have been too like I don't know him enough. And I do not want to like make assumptions on it. And
Fuck
I'm
me.
so sorry for not bringing up the fact that she made Luxus ult some random person's bane of existence. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. We didn't. It was getting late. I need a moment. Oh. Oh fuck me. I need to enable the redeems again. Channel points. Oh.
This dumb bitch.
It was a talk. I'm gonna be real. This was definitely a talk. This is definitely a talk of like someone with opposing views talking with me. I think it's incredibly important to like understand where like a lot of like the transphobic like rhetoric and whatnot.
You're such a dumb bitch.
Origins like come from, but obviously it is sad that there's just not a level of understanding, and obviously I cannot like address everything in like one single talk, especially if we constantly go in circles. Let's not do this again, please. I cannot promise that. I cannot promise that. I thought it was really cool that you did that, and sorry for the nasty messages you might have been exposed to. I wasn't reading chat too much, but I saw like some things. Debate me next. Okay, Ravi. Okay, let's have a debate. I have like a sick overlay that I did today for this instance. I did this today. Right? I did it today. She just likes empathy for victims. That's like kind of like the point where I had to like cut it. Goddamn. Goddamn. Was a good overlay. I'm glad. Basically, she didn't accept your worldview, and that makes her and everyone else a bad person. Exactly. That is what I said. Exactly. Exactly. That's 100% what I said. Yes. Anyway, let me give some clickies. Wolf Queen, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Lucy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Sophia, thank you for the resub. I feel bad for you. It's fine. It's fine. I'm good. Sylvie, thank you for the 100 bits. This is like comparing manslaughter and murder. It doesn't matter the intent because someone is harmed and alive. Yeah. Yeah. Sylvie, with the 100 bits again, Loki Leaflit is advocating for sports to be nothing but every athlete being the same person with no difference entirely. That is like a frustrating part. That is like why I try to like, instead of it making it about like biological advantages between trans women and cis women. But yeah, by the way, thank you all for the follows. Oh my god, thank you all so much. Neon Relic, thank you for the prime. Bonking me. Saber rated earlier. Yeah, thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you all for the follows. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everybody who's like sticking with me through this. I hope that this was like somewhat insightful. I want my 6 hours back.
Keep it up. I want my 6 hours back.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for the 500 bits. You will never see those 6 hours ever again. Never. Oh. 9 hours. I've been live for 9 hours. I've been going for a while. It was a debate, we can say.
If you don't shut up, I'm going to put an umbrella down your urethra and then open it.
Presto! Presto with the 10 gifted subs! Oh my god, thank you. Thank you. Why would you do that?
This dumb bitch.
Where's Nora? Thank you for gifting a sub! Appreciate you. What's that sound clip? Oh. Going to peanut butter your ass and turn you into a sandwich? That's a good quote. That's a good quote. Possess the umbrella thing? Ambiguous ASMR. My good friend, Ambiguous ASMR. If you're into ASMR roleplay, you should check out Ambi. Especially the Yandere elf kidnaps you and oh my god, I'm exposing which videos I watch of my friend. It feels so weird. Why are you like this? This one's funny. Scolded by your burnout guardian angel mom. I love that one. That one's so fucking funny. This is like so me, though. This is so me. Oh god. But yeah, I mean, I do still appreciate Leaflit taking the time and actually like talking with me, and it like helps me understand the viewpoint a little bit better. It is just really problematic to like, you know, rate the discomfort of cis women, of transphobic cis women higher than the comfort of trans women.
You did well, little mouse.
There are a lot of like
Keep it up.
things about
Hernya ASMR, 500% more interesting than the talk Kipo.
yeah, exposing here prawn ASMR 500% more interesting than the talk. Thank you. Fucking awesome for the 300 bits. I appreciate that. But yeah, like the misunderstanding when it comes to like conversion therapy, phrasing things as like support when it's like obviously like abusive. Not caring about like how a child, how a trans woman feels when you know, the environment is telling them that, oh, they would just be happier if they didn't have to. Like it's basically like having a mom who is like, well, you could make me shut up if you would just do what I tell you. You know it's right for you. You know it's better if I do this. You could just, I would stop nagging you if you would just do what I tell you. It's really the same shit my mom said to me when I was a teenager. It made me super pissed to hear it regurgitated by an anime girl. Mama knows best, yeah, many such cases. Oh! Oh! It's 2 a.m. I've been live for 9 hours. Check Discord. MB! Why was my channel open when I opened your stream? Because somebody asked me about the alert of like, I'm going to shove an umbrella down your urethra and then open it. And then I exposed what I like watched. Girl. Girl. Oh, I just did a 45-minute recording I can't use. No! Pain. 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 Obviously, it's like really, really difficult to like talk about these things, and obviously, like when you're a trans person, you're obviously always having to like, it is harder to debunk a lot of like the claims that they make than to just like keep insisting what they believe is right. And there are a lot of things that I you know, obviously could have done differently, could have done better. But I think it all boils down to the fact that like there's just like a lack of like empathy for trans people, and like the acceptance that like trans women actually are women, and it's like so much easier and better for their mental health to just live as a woman and be respected as a woman. Right? The definition perving. Annoying because the way she presents most of her points makes it so when they get countered, the actual base of her problems with trans people don't get addressed no matter how hard you try to walk her to it. Yeah, that is kind of like what I've noticed, is that there's like the inability to like connect the dots, and it's making things rough. Rough. What really got to me is a defeatist worldview about society rather than challenging it to be better. We should just accept it as it is and fit in. Yeah. Yeah. That's like the main issue. Maybe I missed it all. I was exploring the safe lands with my BF. Oh my god, I've been live for like 9 hours. What the fuck? But yeah, I will be uploading the board ASAP to my YouTube. How much of a shit show did I miss? About 4 hours and 45 minutes. Go join my Discord if you haven't already, and you know, I do appreciate all the support, and I hope that like maybe it was like somewhat productive and somewhat insightful. Maybe something could have been like gained from it. But God damn, shit's hard. So if you bitch, I'm never watching it. Valid. Valid response. What are we rating? Who is even live? Like, who the fuck is live? What are we doing? Okay, let me rate Vivi. Let me rate trans woman who's fun and a scientist and you know very cool, very sweet. Goddamn. Lot of circles. Lot of circles. But yeah, I hope that like maybe something was like positive. Maybe some people are like more. There were some crazy ones in there. There were some crazy things being said. Like, oh god. Oh god. Like I'm there was a little bit wild. A little bit of like a wild view. It was eye-opening. I think it was eye-opening, yeah. But thank you all so much for hanging out. I will be live again tomorrow. Or I guess, you know, later today at 5 p.m. CET. Same time as always. I hope I'm going to see you. And I will try to like you know, play more Valorant. Let's go back to more Valorant. Questions were loaded more than a burrito. Yeah. Seemed I joined right at the end. Yeah. Brought my set it off. Yes. Okay, I will be rating Vivi. She's very sweet. Go say hi to her. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Bye-bye. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.